Good evening. I'd like to call tonight's special meeting of the school committee here in Methuen to order. The date is March 9, 2026. We're meeting in the Media Center at the high school. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available for viewing on the Methuen Public Schools website. I'll ask Member Donovan to call the roll.
Member DeZargo. Donovan Grassi, present. Member Baez. Member Keegan.
Present.
Member McCarthy-Royce.
Present.
Here.
Here. We now need a motion and a second to accept our agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's from Member Keegan, second is from Member Donovan. Any discussion about the agenda? If not, we'll vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We'll now rise for the flag salute. I believe we have public participation on tonight's agenda for the special meeting, but no one is here from the public, and we haven't received anything in writing. So we'll move on to the presentation from the representative from MASC.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to be back. I've been working with you guys on your policy project, but I've been remote, so I haven't been here in quite a while. So for those of us who haven't met, and for the audience at home, my name is Alicia Mallon. I'm a field director for the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. I'm the field director for the Northeast, and I'm also, as you are, I am also a committee member. I serve on the Neshoba Tech School Committee. I've been there for 3 years. I'm starting my 9th year. Actually, no, I'm starting my 9th year as a school committee member. I was on my town as well. So I've been out with you guys a couple of times. What we have gathered here tonight to talk about is I had you all do a self-evaluation so that we could kind of take a temperature on where it is you feel like you might need a little bit of help, where you might want to adjust some of your processes, your procedures, things like that. So we're going to start with the slideshow I have. It is in your packet. There are 2 slideshows in your packet. There's also a whole bunch of sample agendas, sample operating protocols, sample school committee goals. And then there's some handy reference on executive session and ethics and things like that. I just gave you everything I could so we could start all in the same place. And we're gonna start with some roles and responsibilities as a refresher, and then we'll get into what I gleaned from your self-evaluation. I can tell you from the beginning, your self-evaluation revealed you want more help with communication. You want more help with how you do things, operating protocols, knowing ahead of time how those operating protocols are going to work, and how your information sharing. You also identified in your self-evaluation that you want to think about some school committee goals as well, some self-improvement goals for yourself that you can align with your superintendent goals process. So first up, what we're going to cover today. So, like I said, we're going to start with some basics. I'm going to walk around a little bit with this because that's how my brain works. We're going to start with your role as a committee member. I know you have some new people this year. We're also going to talk about your responsibilities as a municipal legislature. We're going to talk about your communication guidelines for committee members, and then some best practices on agendas, operating protocols, and goal setting and monitoring. We do not stand on formality when we have workshops. By all means, interrupt me at any point. So this will look very familiar to some of you. This is your basic understanding and respect for roles and responsibilities. So when we're talking about the school committee and the superintendent's roles and responsibilities, on one side of the house we have the school committee. The school committee is governance. You are the mission and vision, the goals, the policy, the budget. You are the what, the why, and the how much. You will authorize, you are the bridge between the, superintendent and the community. Not that the superintendent doesn't also hear from the community, but you are the community's representatives at the table when decisions are being made. And you authorize by a vote, and then you monitor moving forward. On the other side of the house, we have the superintendent. So if you are the governance, your superintendent is your chief everything officer. They are kids on buses, kids off buses, in classrooms, learning, fed, safe, home at the end of the day. They are responsible for the personnel in the district. They are the strategies, actions, plans, regulations, and procedures. So they are the how, the who, the when, and the where. And if you've taken charting the course with me, my example is usually, you know that your students need to communicate through the written word. You know why that's important, so they can be on par with their peers and that they can make advancements in their coursework. You then allot the superintendent an amount in the budget. We'll call it $100. The superintendent then takes over and says, okay, this is the curriculum we're going to use. These are the teachers that are going to teach it at this grade level. Halfway through the year, we find out maybe pens wasn't a great idea. We might want to jump back to pencils. Those are all the decisions the superintendent makes. So the superintendent is the bridge between the staff and the committee, and that's for all of the things the staff does. They are not only the staff's direct report, but they are also all of the procedures, the curriculum, the evaluations, things like that. The superintendent will recommend, and then we go back to the school committee, and they authorize by a vote, and then it goes back to the superintendent and their staff to implement, and then it comes back to you to monitor. And if we do it right, hopefully, we have trust and respect. I want to pause here for 1 second, and there's something we very often tell our charting the course classes and our workshops. As a school committee, you have one employee. Your only employee is the superintendent. And as the superintendent, your superintendent only has one boss. This body, at a properly posted meeting, according to open meeting law, in this room, in a deliberative way. So everything that happens between the superintendent and personnel is the superintendent and personnel. And you, as a group, are not individually responsible for the superintendent's actions. You, as a body, are representative for the, are responsible for the superintendent's actions. So, when we're thinking a little deeper on respect for roles, understanding and respect for roles, as the committee, I'm going to go from the opposite side first. As an individual member, you have no authority. Your only authority is exercised at this table in a properly posted meeting or an executive session, something to that effect. You have no greater authority than any other person at the table. Even the chair does not outweigh any other member. Sorry. You as an individual, you are responsible to communicate, not just with the public, but with each other. We very often say we like our committees to operate on what's called no surprises. That does not mean that we're not asking critical questions. That means that you as a member are communicating, I'm going to want this information, please bring it to the meeting. And communication was one of the things you all identified as something you really want to work on. When we're talking later on about operating protocols, I really want you to think about how you get information, how you seek information, who the point of contacts are. Because as an individual member, you may be wanting to know something, but I guarantee you that will help the discussion with all of the rest of the members. So as an individual member, you support committee decisions. This one is tough for some people because I'm not telling you you have to just go along with everything. Nobody gets to the end of budget season and they're like, yay, we have all the money we need, we're so good, everyone gets a puppy. No, but when the decision is made by the body, when a majority is reached, it is the committee's job then to step forward into policies, further budget, review, et cetera, in support of the decision that was made. Keep advocating for the things that are important to you, but don't throw sand in the gears. So when we talk about supporting the committee's decisions, it doesn't mean that you don't keep advocating for something. It just means that you keep moving the district forward. You keep doing the work of the district. And we always tell you to be dedicated on behalf of the students. I would argue that school committees, they are the one elected position where your primary constituency can't vote for you. Because yes, you are here to represent Methuen, but first and foremost, every decision should be for the benefit of your students. Does it benefit the students? How does it benefit the students? What are the outcomes we're looking for? So you are here as an individual member to represent Methuen, but primarily with the goal of student achievement and well-being in mind. And then when we're talking about the committee, the only way the committee can exercise their official actions is through the properly posted meeting. We hear about OML all the time. You have to properly post things. They must be noticed on your agenda. You can't discuss things that are not on your agenda in a way that is deliberative because you haven't noticed the public that you're going to discuss those things. So the whole reason behind open meeting law is so that the public has faith in their elected officials, and the elected officials are discussing the benefits and not benefits, of the public in a public way. So the other things you do are you govern through policy, and policy should always be the 30,000-foot overview from which procedure hangs. Those of you who have been working with me on your policy manual, I just said that, but then there are policies that look like procedures because the state and the federal government say they have to. But for the most part, policy is where the administration starts to develop procedures. You're also the stewards of the financial resources. You are ultimately responsible for the budget, even though the process starts in the administration. You're ultimately responsible for the budget, and then you have certain fiduciary monitoring responsibilities as your year goes on. You engage the community. You sustain the school committee superintendent relationship. That's another one where you're not always going to agree, but you need to have a respectful relationship that is conducive to sharing information so that when you get to this room, you're making the best decisions possible for the students. And you are the employer of record on all collective bargaining agreements. So this will be very familiar to the mayor, and I know you've heard me say this before, but the school committee is the municipal legislature for the school district. Much like city council is the municipal legislature for the city. You determine your operating protocols. You establish the rules for the district, which for a school committee, that's your policies. It can also be language that gets translated into your handbooks. You are responsible for hiring your chief executive. That would be your superintendent. You originate and set the budget. The budget, technically, good budget practices originate with the administration because it should always involve a look back and an assessment of needs, and then it comes to you. But you set the budget for the district. The ultimate arbiter of the budget number is the school committee. Yes, there are multiple other processes that happen with the city council, with the mayor, et cetera, but in the end, you are responsible for your budget. You also have other duties as assigned by state law, and you're a public figure, both legally and publicly. Every communication you make on behalf of items before you for deliberation is a public communication. It's why we recommend that members use district email, never personal email, and why you don't communicate in a way outside of the meeting that can be deliberative. When we talk a little bit more about communication, we can talk about electronic quorums and things like that. But the idea is, again, the public expects to hear what it is you're doing on their behalf in this room. So you keep all the deliberations here. Your meetings are usually in public with the exception of executive session for a few reasons. And you maintain the balance of power with the municipality. Your other duties, which are including but not limited to, you serve your constituents. That's why they elected you, all of your constituents. You have limited additional hiring responsibilities. We call this the advise and consent part. You have advise and consent on your school business official, your director of student services, your truancy officer if you have one, the head nurse, your legal counsel, the assistant superintendent. This does not mean you can say, when someone is hired, this person is, I don't like this person, we're not going to hire them. What the advise and consent means is there's usually a hiring committee that happens, and you may or may not have one or two school committee members on that hiring committee. The hiring committee will do their due diligence in going through applicants, et cetera, and then they will bring someone to you. And you can't unduly withhold your consent for someone to be hired if they are a qualified individual. But you should have a conversation about all of that. Again, you're the employee of record, and you retain the district's legal counsel. It can sometimes be a sticking point, but district legal counsel works for the school committee. You contract directly with them. The superintendent very often avails themselves of that support, and sometimes there'll be an additional legal counsel that comes in, especially during negotiations and things like that, who has more of a familiarity with employment law, et cetera. They would help, but the actual district legal counsel works for the school committee. And then you have approval of, including but not limited to, handbooks, because that should reflect your policy, fees, grants and gifts, anything that has a monetary value you need to approve. That does not mean you're going into rooms and counting copier paper. That means you approve things at the cost center level and you approve transfers, but you have to approve all gifts and grants because essentially a gift or a grant to the district is a contract. I, the group that is giving you this money, am giving you this money with the expectation that you are going to do this thing. So you need to, as the school committee, approve it because it should be part of your budget process, your budget oversight. You also have, input on the strategic plans. School improvement plans you don't have to approve, but the strategic plan for the district should include district goals, and you should approve that overall plan. Those are long processes, and they usually originate with the administration, but they do eventually come to the public. You also have to approve any overnight or state field trip or out-of-state field trips. You approve the calendar, and when there is a new or substantially different job description, that comes before you as well. So if you have an assistant superintendent of curriculum and you turn them into an assistant superintendent of learning, that may not be a substantial difference. But if you have a director of transportation and you turn them into an assistant superintendent of equity and inclusion, that's a substantial difference. That job description change should come before you. So, before we go on, by any other name, there's a lot of edu-speak that happens surrounding policies and mission and vision. This flowchart, we're not going to go through the whole thing, but it just gives you an idea of when we're talking about some of these things, where do we start, where do they flow in? The idea is that every level feeds the next and everyone is rowing in the same direction. So where do we start? You already did it. You did the self-evaluation. There's also the superintendent's evaluation. I would advise that as we move forward beyond tonight, developing goals and developing operating protocols, I would start with the operating protocols, but I think you should also work on goals based on your self-evaluation. And I would say you want your school committee goals, that evaluation cycle to align with the superintendent's evaluation cycle. So when you have that formative check-in and then the summative at the end, either in a 1-year or a 2-year cycle, evaluate your goals, check in on your operating protocols. How are we doing? Are we making progress on our goals? Do our operating protocols need to be tweaked? Is everyone clear on them? Aligning your goal evaluation to the superintendent goal evaluation is a really effective way to, again, make sure everyone's rowing in the right direction. You also want to take a look at your strategic and district improvement plan and any mission, vision, core values that you have, and your portrait of a graduate. Not every district has a portrait of a graduate, but I have to say they are one of my favorite things because when you think about the mission of your district, the graduate you produce, for me it's May 30th, I have a senior, graduation is May 30th, we can see it. The person you produce at the end of the line should dictate what your policies and your goals and your mission and your vision are. At Neshoba Tech, I will brag on them for a second, our portrait of a graduate is 5 words. Resourceful, resilient, responsible, respectful, ready. And ready is the last one because we want them to be those 4 things and then ready to enter the world. So a portrait of a graduate can really help you with that reverse engineering, starting with what are the students we want to be turning out on May 30th? And how do we support that? How do we work backwards from that? So then what do you do with all of that information? Well, meeting as a committee with your superintendent for your superintendent goals. We're not going to get into goals tonight just because there were other things that popped up as more important in your self-evaluation. But I will remind you that MASC will send out completely free of charge field directors to do workshops on whatever you need us to do. We work year round. If you want to do something over the summer, we can do superintendent evaluation, et cetera, then protocols, goals, whatever you want to do. Again, align it to the superintendent cycle. You're going to want to vote to adopt your goals and do it in a very public way. Same for operating protocols. You want to vote to adopt them and make it clear to the public, this is how we work, this is what our values are, this is how we get the job done. And then create a year-long agenda. This is the self-evaluation, which you've all seen. 6 of the 7 of you completed it. I don't know who was the person who didn't because it's anonymous, but 6 of the 7 of you completed it. But this is the self-evaluation that we run pretty much, we can run it every year for you. We can check in, and that's what told me that you wanted to talk about communication and goals and operating protocols most. There are definitely other things we can follow up on. So before we start talking about communication guidelines, does anyone have any questions about roles and responsibilities? Okay. So again, we can come back out and I am your field director, and we say very often, we have territories, but we are not territorial. There are 4 field directors in the office, plus Glenn likes to get into the field every once in a while too. We can come out and do workshops with you on pretty much anything that has to do with governance. And I know you have some new members too, and whether or not you've taken charting the course, I'm still your field director. You can drop me an email. That really is my phone number on the website. You can call, you can ask questions. Before you get into charting the course, if there's something that we can help you with, please let us know. Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Maybe not so much our goals or our roles and responsibilities, but what about our partnerships that we have with like city council?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're going to go through that.
So
But-
we're going to talk about some communication guidelines, and we're going to talk about operating protocols. And I think I would recommend, we're going to do this workshop tonight, and then I would recommend you all take back the information on the operating protocols and the communication guidelines, and really think about what kind of operating protocols you want. You can work on those yourselves. You can bring me back in for another workshop. We can do that remotely. You can designate the policy subcommittee to do that because they're already working on things anyway. But I would say we're going to talk a little bit about how you communicate with partners, but my goal tonight was to talk about what your roles and responsibilities are and how you communicate with each other first. And then, yes, you need to work on how you get information to the city. Every city is different. Some cities, the mayor is the chair. Some cities, the mayor is not the chair. Some cities actually don't even put the mayor on the school committee. Some cities just have elected members. I'm in a town, and I'm on a regional voc tech, so there are 16 of us sitting at the table. That's terrifying, right? 8 towns. But yes, it is something that we will need to, we're probably not going to get to that tonight, but it is definitely something that was identified that we want to work on going forward.
Thank you.
So, communication guidelines. When we're talking about communication for school committee members, that thing I said about how you're a public figure, both legally and publicly, you will get people stopping you everywhere. You will have someone stop you in, is it Market Basket up here? Yes. For those of you who have not met me and have not heard me say this, I grew up in Dorchester, and every once in a while it comes back out of my mouth. So you will run into people everywhere, and you would not have taken this job if you didn't care. But you need to be really careful about how you communicate, because you as an individual member have zero power to affect anything. You shouldn't be promising anything. Everything should be happening here. So when we're thinking about your communication as a school committee member, if you're making statements, always be clear that you're only speaking for yourself. Voice an opinion, sure, but don't promise action on something, because you can't promise that. And I will tell you, as someone who is entering their 9th year, there are plenty of times I get to the table thinking I know exactly where I'm going, and it changes at the table, because the body is smarter than the individual. That's why we do these things by committee. And I know I should be wearing a unicorn horn when I say that, but I really do believe that. So one of the other things we also want to talk about, we touched on this with roles and responsibilities, is making sure we don't violate the open meeting law. Again, the idea of the open meeting law, though it feels kind of stuffy and restrictive sometimes, is it's how the public knows the work of the district is getting done. It's the only way they really know that the work of the district is getting done. You want to be very careful with electronic quorums, electronic chain deliberation. It is very easy to express an opinion online. You express an opinion, you like it, you tag the mayor likes it again, you chime in, you just created a quorum. You didn't mean to, not at all, no ill intention at all, but you've created a situation where you are voicing an opinion as a quorum of the body. So we really want to make sure that any communication you do online, social media, et cetera, your own or otherwise, is always only fact-based. If someone wants to know something, here's when our budget hearing is. It starts at 6 p.m. We hope you can join us either in person or online, and save the deliberations for the room. And again, be very careful that you're not doing that chain deliberation. There's been a couple of districts who have gotten kind of into the weeds on that one. There is, in our policy manual, it's in yours as well, the MASC Code of Ethics. This is not the ethics training that you do with the state. This is the MASC Code of Ethics. And it does remind you that you shouldn't make decisions or statements based on things that will come before you. If you want to have an opinion online about the fact that your town just went to pay-as-you-go, pay-as-you-throw trash, and it's really confusing, that's my town, it's really confusing. Oh yeah, we're paying per bag at this point, and it's so complicated. But I can express that opinion online. If I then say, and you better turn that revenue back into the school district, I have now crossed the line. You do not lose your First Amendment rights as a citizen to express yourself about your local government, but as a government official, you need to make sure you're not expressing an opinion that needs to be determined in this room or promising something. You make your decisions in the meeting. Hopefully, the input that you gather here. I don't know about you all, but I am not an educational professional. I play one on TV, but I am not an educational professional at all. My background is in communication and music theory and composition. I happened into this. I could not tell you what the right curriculum for reading is. God help me if you had to ask me that for math. We rely on the educational experts within the district to bring the information to us in this room and then base our decisions based on the best information we have. You can have opinions about certain things in education without having all of the facts, but again, what is in the best interest of the students? When we talk about goal setting, I very often say, you can have a goal that says, I want to have happy second graders. Well, when my kids were little, happy second graders would all have puppies, and now you have angry parents. When you're thinking about what the best thing is for the students, you need to be leaning on your educational professionals and then making the informed decisions. So after that, when you take charting the course with us, we tell you that there are 3 basic roles of a school committee: budget, policy, superintendent. There's actually 4. The super secret 4th role is knowing where to send someone when it is not you. Because it's almost always going to be not you. There's some districts that do this really effectively where they have, my kids' elementary school used to have a graphic, and it said, who are you gonna call? And it had an old school rotary phone in the middle. And it said, my kid's bus was late for the 3rd time this week. Call the transportation director. The pizza was burnt for the 4th Friday in a row. Call food services. My kid has too much homework. Call their classroom teacher. Knowing where to send someone where it's not you, where they can get their problem solved more efficiently and more satisfactorily, is literally the underpinning of everything you do. So knowing where to direct complaints, all personnel things should go to the superintendent. You are not a part of personnel unless we're talking about a level 3 grievance, and those should be very rare, and those have all sorts of rules and laws that apply to them. Personnel should always go to the superintendent. There should hopefully be a chain of command somewhere on a piece of paper where you can see it, download it, so that you understand who does what in the district. And if you don't have one of those, I would really recommend it. Other things about communications. We should keep privileged information private. Usually this, most people think this is just about executive session, and that is. Executive session has rules by which you enter it, and there's confidentiality for it. But let's be completely honest, just by virtue of having access to some of this information, you may or may not hear things or see things that should be kept confidential. Never violate a student's privacy or their due process rights. Never violate a staff member's privacy or due process rights. You will, for better or for worse, occasionally come across information. Maybe you're on a tour and you see a kid you recognize. You don't leave the tour and then talk about what happened in that classroom. The idea is the standard of what's learned here leaves here and what's said here stays here. Always respect the privacy and confidentiality of your students and staff. And then you need to observe all other applicable laws. We've extended the remote participation until, I think, 2027, but I'll be honest, we don't see that going away. There's actually a bill that makes it permanent that's floating through the legislature right now. But make sure that you are following all of the other laws and regulations about communication. Anything on communication before we jump to agendas? Go ahead.
There's no way around the remote participation law, is there?
Do you have to offer it?
Yes.
You are legally not required to offer it. However, if the idea is that you get to as many constituents as possible, it has become something that a lot of people, when you're talking about parents and guardians with very young children, working families who want to, participate but can't be there, when you're talking about someone who may or may not need palliative care for a family member, you do not legally have to have remote participation. If you do, it needs to be accessible to everyone. But again, it's one of those things that I don't see it going anywhere anytime soon.
And does that also go for members?
If a member needs to participate remotely, so that's a whole other story, and there's usually a vote that needs to be taken to allow a member to participate remotely if you don't already have a remote option on your agenda. If the remote option is on your agenda, it's open for members to participate remotely. And I'm going to say the H word, hybrid. Cohort will make everyone scared again.
I just know the city council's not watching this, but this would be something that the city council should probably be watching.
Well, and they're recorded too.
Yeah.
They're on your website, they're recorded. You can, when you're talking about communication, that may be one of the things that you start to think about for effective communication with your city partners, is maybe there's a superintendent's newsletter that could go to the city side once every 2 weeks or so, that includes some of the things you've been doing, maybe a recording. One of the very effective things that I see in towns, and I don't know how it would work in cities, you guys are bigger, but in towns, we very often see what's called a joint chairs meeting. And you'll have the superintendent, the chair of the school committee, the town manager, the chair of the select board, the chair of the FinCom, the town moderator, and the town business official, and sometimes the school business official. And they will have meetings, leadership meetings, where they share what's going on. They're not making decisions. They're not outside of OML. They're saying, hey, we just got the numbers from the state. Here's what your required school spending looks like this year. What does your tax revenue look like? Okay, I'm gonna go back and start developing the budget. Those things, to be able to communicate back and forth, can be really, really useful.
Thank you.
You are welcome. So, agendas. And I have agendas in this presentation because a lot of what you were talking about was communication in your self-evaluation, which I will send you after this. I just didn't want everyone sitting there looking at the bar graphs while we were talking. Communication was one of the things you identified as a group as being very important. When we talk about operating protocols, how you do your agendas is one of the best ways to make sure that everyone's getting the same information at the same time. So agenda best practices, you should always have a consistent process. Be clear about what the timelines are, and you can do that in your operating protocols. I very often recommend, and I've seen this work very well in a lot of districts, that the superintendent and maybe the assistant superintendent or the business official or whoever is coming before you the most at that time, we're all in budget season, and then the chair and the vice chair sit down and have an agenda setting meeting. And you reverse engineer that. You know you need to post at least 48 hours in advance. When do you need documents? When do you need to tell the administration that you need those documents? When do you need to talk to the city about posting your meetings? Reverse engineer from that 48-hour window and have agenda setting meetings where it's very clear that you're talking about things. Other agenda, the format must-haves, you have to have the name of the committee, which seems silly to say, but you do. If it's a subcommittee, you have to have the name of the subcommittee. Date and starting time of the meeting. It's nice to have time estimates. We all know that doesn't always work. The location of the meeting, whether it's in person or remote, that needs to be on there. Remote access instructions as needed. A list of topics that the chair reasonably anticipates. Now, when we say reasonably anticipates, things start feeling a little fuzzy. You cannot deliberate and vote on something that is not on your agenda. That is a violation of open meeting law. You can ask in a meeting to have something put on a subsequent agenda. Don't deliberate on it, but you can ask to have something put on a subsequent agenda. My agenda at Neshoba Tech, we have a section that says other items not anticipated within 48 hours. And I was able a couple meetings ago to say, hi, I know Day on the Hill got moved up this year. It's not in May anymore, it's at the end of March. I'd like the legislative subcommittee to meet. Can you put that on our next agenda? I'm the chair of the legislative subcommittee. I said it, no one deliberated, we talked about it on the next agenda. You can bring things up, but you shouldn't be deliberating on them. And if you're having an executive session, always, always, always finish that motion with either the committee will return to public session or the committee will not be returning to public session. That has to be on your agenda. When we talk about optional items, I know you guys have started using a consent agenda because that came up a couple years ago in one of our workshops. Time estimates, best laid plans of school committees, we have time estimates. Do you guys have rules where it says you have to stop the meeting at a certain time? Good and bad. Relationship to goals. One of the optional things you can do on your agenda, and I find this very effective, is if you're talking about something that relates back to the superintendent goals, tag that item with relates to goal number 3, superintendent's goals. If it's one of your goals, tag it with that. Not only does it help the public understand what it is you're doing in these meetings, but it helps you later on when you go back to evaluate whether or not you were effective. It's already on your agendas. You don't have to go hunting around for it. And subcommittee reports, however you choose to do that, be consistent, but you should be hearing from your subcommittees beyond just when they're bringing things to you. So a quick subcommittee check-in. We have many subcommittees at Neshoba Tech because, again, we're an 8-member town district and we stand alone as the municipality. We're not going back to the towns for absolutely everything. So we have a warrant subcommittee. We have a facilities and equipment subcommittee. We have a lot of subcommittees that a lot of other districts don't have. But at every meeting, the chair of the school committee checks in. Warrant subcommittee, did you meet this week? Yes, we met, and the item is on our agenda. We approved it a few minutes ago. Just a quick check-in. How are your subcommittees doing? Because that's an opportunity for the committee to see whether or not you have adequate staffing on your subcommittees. Subcommittees are there to help you do your work. They can't do your work for you. But if you have check-ins with them, they can tell you, these are the things we're working on. It gives everyone an idea of what's coming next. Policy subcommittee. We just finished this section. We know we're about to start the section on, say we were starting section D, which is all the finance things. That starts to click people's brains into, okay, we're gonna see some finance policies. We might need to see the business official. They might wanna have input on this. So subcommittee reports are an optional thing, but they can be really helpful. Oh, and at the bottom, the superintendent and chair should discuss guidelines for student and staff presentations. I always think about the kindergarten teachers who are sitting there in the audience until 9:30 and they have to get up with the kindergartners the next morning. If you know you're gonna have a presentation from staff, tell them realistically what it is you're looking for so that they don't spend their time putting together presentations on what you don't need. That should be part of your agenda setting meetings. What is it we're looking for on this MCAS report? Tell the staff what it is you're looking for so that their time can be more effectively spent. We don't really need to go through the consent agenda basics. I know you guys know this already because you're starting to do it. We can definitely cover that a little bit more in depth another time. This is just an example of where, this is my committee, where they've put the superintendent's goals on the agenda. I brag on them a lot. I had nothing to do with that. They did that before me. But when we're talking about the superintendent's goals at the end of the cycle, we can see all along throughout the year what agenda items relate back to direct superintendent goals. And then there's just an example of some, of an year-long agenda. This one should not scare anyone. This committee cheats because their chair is the president of MASBO, which is the School Business Official Association. It's the school business official version of us. So her year-long agenda is the most detailed year-long agenda I've ever seen. The idea for a year-long agenda is to know budget season starts around the same time every year. You know you're gonna get MCAS scores around the same time every year. Your enrollment numbers are always due on October 1st. Depending on whether or not we have a new governor or not, you kind of know when the governor's budget's coming out. Plotting those things into your year-long agenda can help you address other things as they come up. So, this is the big one for you all, and I think it's where we should probably start. I would suggest you start by developing operating protocols. I know we're working on your policy manual now, and there's a whole section in your policy manual about committee governance. It's section B. But there's more you can do to help support an efficient committee, an effective committee, and operating protocols are really a place to start with that. So what I would recommend is we can talk a little bit about operating protocols, but before we run out of time, I want you all to brainstorm with me some things you think should be in your operating protocols. So operating protocols are literally your rules of engagement. How do we get information? How do things get on our agendas? When are our agendas filed? How do I get information from the administrator that I need to get information from? How do I send questions to my chair? Operating protocols, though they can feel a little restrictive, are actually a lot more freeing because you're not answering 5 emails with the same question. Everyone gets the same rules of the road. So it's also a self-evaluating document that if you had operating protocols, we could be going over them now, but in the future you can. Operating protocols are not a way to stifle dissent or to stop debate or to limit communication beyond the limits that you need with the open meeting law. If anything, it actually is more freeing because you know you don't have to go hunting and pecking for things. You know how the information is going to come to you. They should always include a statement of purpose and objectives. I'm going to brag on my committee again. Our operating protocols start with those 5 words from our Portrait of a Graduate. Our operating protocols say responsible, resourceful, resilient, respectful, ready. And then under each of those things, because we're trying to align everyone, the students, the staff, the school committee, we talk about how we do things. So under resourceful, I will do my work, I will do my research before I get to the committee room. I will have my questions prepared by the date that I am asked to have them prepared by. Our operating protocols fit into that. I gave you guys some examples of operating protocols, and there's some a little further on where it doesn't quite go into that much detail, but they open with, this is our statement of values, and here's how we operate. Your operating protocol should talk about your conduct of business and the scope of your responsibilities. One of the biggest things operating protocols can do for you, other than make it easier for you, is make it easier for the public to understand what you do. We get you guys for workshops like this. You guys come to Charting the Course. Hopefully we have other workshops and other, like our convention and the Summer Institute, and we get to talk to you guys a lot about what your job is. The public doesn't get that. The public doesn't really know what's within your scope of responsibilities and what isn't within your scope of responsibilities. So one of the very effective ways to set up your operating protocols is to say, policy, we do this. Budget, we do this. Evaluate the superintendent, we do this. So it explains to the public what it is you actually have control over and what you don't. It should include standards of conduct. We are all adults, but it should say things like, we allow every member time to speak. We operate by Robert's rules. I didn't give you guys the Robert's rules booklets because we're actually almost out of them. I will get you guys some Robert's rules booklets. But we have the quick reference one, where literally you go down the page and the pages are shorter than they need to be in certain places. Love it. And they keep you on track. Operating protocols do. Again, some considerations around communication pathways. You can talk about your chain of command. You can talk about whether or not you want to have a chair as a spokesperson. For the committee only, the superintendent is always the spokesperson for the district. You guys are only the spokesperson for the committee. Social media posts, you can have operating protocols in there. We have a great one-pager on social media for committee members I can also send you. And then being very clear about your board member role in public, that you do not, as an individual member, have any more influence than any other committee member. So I'm going to pause right there because the next one is just about next steps, and there's an example. But while we're there, and there's still some slides as we get closer to 6 o'clock. There's still some slides on goal setting, but I really do think that based on your self-evaluation, let's start with the operating protocols. And I'm going to give you your first goal anyway. Your first goal is we need to have operating protocols. It's like write a to-do list at the top of the to-do list. So if you guys want to share some things you think you might want to have in your operating protocols, I'm opening the floor to you now, because I've just given you a fire hose of information for like 45 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm not sure if, well, first of all, I'm Alejandro, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just joined the committee.
We met, actually. You were on some of our remote policy meetings.
That's correct, I publicly
Yes.
participated. I don't know if we have a protocol already set in place for putting things on the agenda, But I think that if we don't, we should have a procedure to either communicate with the vice chair or with the chair directly or with the superintendent about, or specifically the superintendent about agenda items that could be put on next agendas or agendas moving forward. Thank you.
And if I may, you have a policy in section B, which is your governance on agendas, but then that next step, much like the protocols of the district or the next step from the policies, your operating protocols for you would be the next step from that as well. So, any other thoughts on things you might want to have in your operating protocols?
You have here staying on track, and I think that's a challenge for myself. But in discuss, on an agenda item, focusing on that item, because I think sometimes our meetings go on longer than they need to. And I'll be the first one to say I'm guilty. But staying very focused on the agenda item, which can be challenging.
100%.
So how do we do that? Like, how do
Absolutely.
we operate so that happens? I mean, do a lot of the committees you work with have a time limitation?
Not necessarily a time limitation on how long the meeting can last. They usually follow Robert's rules where it says that everyone gets a chance to speak once before anyone gets a chance to speak again.
Right, yeah.
Robert's rules leans really heavily into the chair as the servant of the body, so the chair needs to conclude, sort of, the chair needs to be the conductor up there, concluding discussion when it needs to conclude, when you're sort of circling and saying, you know, you're having the same discussion over and over again. It's the chair's responsibility to stop that and move people forward. So it's not so much that they have limits on agenda items, it's that they more closely adhere to Robert's rules to make sure they're staying within timeframes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to say Methuen does this or doesn't do it, but how many cities do you work with send everything to subcommittee and then bring it back as a lesser of two evil conversations?
So I can't speak to it from the city perspective, but I can tell you at Neshoba Tech, the majority of the work is done in subcommittees.
Yeah.
We have some subcommittees that do struggle for numbers. We're talking about 8-member towns, and the closest town is the one I live in. That's where the school is. But then we go all the way out to Pepperell. A subcommittee should help you do work, and it should bring you their recommendation. That doesn't mean the committee can't do something else, but it does mean that the majority of the work happens in the subcommittee so they can bring you the best recommendations, so you're not sitting around the table, I have done this, I'm telling on myself, debating the word shall versus may for 20 minutes. Yeah. That should happen in a subcommittee, the recommendation comes forward. It doesn't mean that you can't choose something different. It doesn't mean that you can't send something back to subcommittee. But there are some larger committees where most of the work is done in subcommittee.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we're guilty of not doing a lot of.
So here's something else about subcommittees. They need to have minutes. And any member who is not on the subcommittee should be able to look at the subcommittee's minutes and know what happened in that meeting. So you may not necessarily be getting as much information as you would like from the subcommittee in the full committee meeting, but you could go back and look at their minutes and see, oh, somebody asked that question, here's why they did that.
What about recording subcommittees? I know that's a topic right now.
It's possible. Depending on when the subcommittee is held and where it's held and how it's held, I think remote meetings are a little easier to record just because they are remote meetings. There are some subcommittees that record, some committees that record all of their subcommittee meetings. I do a lot of work. I have 8-member district, nope, I'm up to 11 now. I have 11-member districts who are doing policy projects right now. Almost all of them are fully remote, and I would say about 3 or 4 of them are recording the meetings.
Yeah,
So it's not all of them, but it's possible.
it's possible. Thank you. Thank you.
I saw you had a question.
Is the limit twice to speak on a subject?
So here's the thing. School committees operate on what's called Robert's Rules with exceptions. So under Robert's Rules, I believe it says everyone has 2 bites at the apple. But then the chair can decide if there are other things that need to happen. That's where we get into chairs being the servant of the body. You can adjust things as needed. There may be questions. You may have 3 questions, you may have 1. You're not necessarily yielding your time, but if there's a pertinent question on the floor, the chair can decide what to do. It's a Robert's rules with exceptions. The idea is to use it as your foundation. When we're talking about voting, you should adhere very close to Robert's rules because there are laws behind that. How votes happen, that they're in public, certain votes need to be a 2/3 majority. That's usually your suspension of policies, things like that. But for the most part, it's scaffolding.
And just a point, as the second time speaking, if possible, through you, is we also have the abilities to motion things, which I would highly recommend new members looking at, because I could motion to move a question, I could motion to suspend debate, I could motion to appeal. Like, there's a lot of things that you have the power as an elected official, as a quorum, to be able to do. And some bodies of our government don't actually look into that sometimes. So I would highly recommend doing that. But, you know, we do have something in Methuen, which is a charter. Are the rules of the charter also acceptable here on the school board?
So the charter of the city of Methuen will influence things like when your budget season is, how things get reported to the city. The charter of the city can't override the state laws, though. An open meeting law is a state law. And when you're very right about motioning things, but you have to be very careful about, 1, you can't make an illegal motion. And 2, some motions require more than just a majority. So if you're looking at those motions within Robert's rules, the motion to reconsider requires a 2/3 majority of the win, and it needs to be brought forth by the winning side, not the losing side. So there's all these, Robert, man, there's all these little bits and pieces that you need to check. But your city charter is mostly for your city. The things you're talking about, motions, quorums, things like that, that's basic Massachusetts general law.
The reason why I ask is we have a funny tool called, and I know we're almost at time, Mayor, so I apologize, a term called charter object.
Charter objection does not function in a school committee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We get that question a lot.
I just
So-
want to make it clear.
Yes, absolutely. So
I've asked that question probably every time I've sat in the seat, so I just, it's never.
as we are at time and you need to get on with the business of your district, because something else we like to say is the school committee meeting is a business meeting of the school committee in public, not a public meeting of the school committee. That's what public hearings are for. You need to get on with the business of the district. I would suggest, let's have everyone think about the operating protocols. There's some things in the slides about goal setting, and I provided you with a whole bunch of other printouts. I will send everything electronically, so you can also include it in your packet after the fact. But after you've had a little while, maybe get beyond budget season, let's come back together and talk about operating protocols and talk about, we can go over some very effective operating protocols from other districts. I included some examples in your folder. There are some really great ones out there. Reading has some fantastic operating protocols. Those are in there. I think Westford's and maybe Chelmsford's are in there. But if you have any questions, especially the new members, my contact information is in there. We are all on the website. You can talk to me. You can talk to any of the other field directors, by all means. And thanks for having me out.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
So at this point, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motions from Member Keegan, seconds from Member Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The time is 6:01 PM, and our special meeting is adjourned. Good evening. The school committee business session of March 9, 2026 will now come to order. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available for viewing on the Methuen Public Schools website. I'll ask Member Donovan to take the roll call.
Vice Chair DeZardo,
Yes.
Chairman Gaffney, yes. Byers,
Yes.
Keegan,
Yes.
Artis Royce,
Yes, present.
Yeah.
and Mayor Beauregard.
Here. Everyone is here. We need a motion and a second to accept tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's from Member Baez, the second is from Member Keegan. Any discussion? There's no discussion. We'll vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We will now hear from the student who'll be taking care of the flag salute.
Sure. I'd like to invite Supervising Principal of the Marsh Grammar School, Rebecca Gordon, up to introduce our flag salute student, Madison Henry.
Here we go. All right. Perfect. So I can talk all about you. I'm proud to present tonight's Marsh Star student, Madison Henry, to lead the flag salute. Madison exemplifies safety, respect, and responsibility every single day. She is a role model for all of our students. Madison's teacher, Mrs. Labrie, shares that she always demonstrates safety for herself and others, whether in the classroom, hallways, or other school areas. She is responsible for her work, always comes to class prepared, and always do what is being asked of her. She puts forth best effort every single day. Above all, Madison is respectful to both peers and adults. She embodies kindness, she is caring and compassionate to all. She will go out of her way to help those in need and is never looking for praise or reward. She strives to do her best each and every day. Science is her favorite subject in school as she likes to explore things. Also shared by fourth grade staff, Madison has been and continues to be an inclusive student. She goes out of her way to include students with diverse learning needs by supporting not only their academics, but their social emotional needs. She is kind, understanding, and supportive of her peers and staff. Madison has two siblings. Her younger brother, Mason, enjoys playing soccer with Madison and feels like she always makes time for him. Madison's older sister thinks she is creative and funny. Outside of school, Madison plays soccer and flag football. She has traveled with her flag football team, winning the World Championship and the Junior Olympics last year. Mom and Dad also notice that Madison is very responsible and notes she works hard in school and during sports. Madison exemplifies a Marsh Star student. She works hard to do well and is always willing to help others to do and be their very best. She demonstrates respect for herself and others. Madison is an impressive person demonstrating maturity beyond her years and is a true role model for all. We believe Madison will achieve success in any goal she sets for herself.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks.
And now I'll invite the superintendent to introduce our SOAR Award student.
Sure. Laura Enright, Department Chair of the World Language Department at Methuen High School, will present our award this evening.
Good evening. Good evening. The World Language Department is extremely proud to present Dia Demir as our 2026 SOAR Award winner for her commitment to and achievements in French and the school community. Over her 4 years at MHS, Dia has tackled the challenge of a demanding honors and AP course load across the curriculum. She has maintained a 4.463 GPA overall and a 4.5 GPA in French coursework. She is currently ranked 24th in her class. Her wide-ranging academic achievements have been recognized with the St. Anselm's Junior Book Award, the Massachusetts Student Achievement Award for MCAS performance, and her status as an AP Scholar with distinction. Her French 4 honors teacher, Lucy Augeron, says that Dia is an amazing student with exceptional language skills. Her level of French is truly outstanding. She was not raised learning or speaking French and only started learning the language freshman year. She is now in French 4 and already demonstrates a remarkable proficiency in the language. This week, Dia will have the opportunity to qualify for the Seal of Biliteracy in French. Following graduation, Dia plans to attend a 4-year college or university with a focus in psychiatry or neurology and to study abroad in a francophone country. Beyond her academic achievements, Dia is committed to enriching the Methuen High School community. While balancing her demanding schedule, she leads the French Club as co-president, is a member of the National Honor Society, Science National Honor Society, and Mock Trial. In 2025, her French 3 teacher, Erin Madison, nominated her as a student member of our local World Language Advisory Team, where she continues to demonstrate her leadership through meaningful contributions and participation. Dia is held in the highest regard by Methuen High School faculty for her genuine passion and commitment to learning, global awareness, and the MHS community, and it is with great pleasure that we honor her as our SOAR Award recipient tonight.
Hello, I'd like to say thank you to my parents who raised me, and although they didn't use the French language, they were always there to help if I needed it. My 2 French teachers, Madame Augeron and Madame Madison, who's not here today, but I'm still very thankful. And all my teachers that have helped me support and have helped support me throughout the years. Thank you.
Lucy's here. Oh, she's coming.
Oops.
Ready?
Say cheese.
You're welcome.
Next on the agenda, we have updates from our student representative. I don't think we have any tonight. If I'm mistaken, let me know. Next on the agenda, I'll invite the superintendent to present tonight's Staff Recognition Award.
Vanessa Guthrie, Media Specialist, Methuen High School. Would you please come up? It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Vanessa Guthrie, our high school media specialist. Ms. Guthrie joined Methuen Public Schools as a high school English teacher in 2004 and remained in that position for 14 years, during which time she taught a variety of English courses, largely centering on AP English Literature and British Literature. She was also an advisor to the Blue and White, our school newspaper. In 2018, Ms. Guthrie changed roles, became our high school media specialist, a role in which she maintains the collection, educates and assists students in research, and serves as a trusted adult for many students seeking a good book and a confidant. When we began our grammar school library revitalization process last year, Ms. Guthrie jumped at the opportunity to help work with Follett librarians and volunteers to refresh our collections. This year, Ms. Guthrie extended herself by working extra hours after school to meet with grammar school administration and PTOs to drive the grand reopenings. Ms. Guthrie set up self-checkout stations and instructions for staff and students. Whereas Ms. Guthrie has been developing eye-catching and engaging displays at the high school for several years, her talents have truly been on display with her wonderful creations at the grammar schools. Ms. Guthrie has helped breathe life into our library spaces, and most importantly, get books into the hands of eager students. I thank Ms. Guthrie for her commitment and energy she has brought to this project. She has helped make a large and dynamic project feel truly magical.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for this recognition and to be here tonight. I'm so proud of the work that we've done so far in the libraries, and even prouder when I see all the kids with books in their hands now. I'd like to say thank you to Lisa for this opportunity and your support throughout this whole process, and I'd also like to give a special shout out to Marilyn, Judy, and Barbara for their help from the very beginning. They were amazing. Thank you.
I remember writing for the Blue and White when Miss Guthrie was, I think, the advisor behind that project at the high school. And thank you, Miss Guthrie, for bringing our school libraries back to life. Yes. It's awesome. Yeah. Next on the agenda, we have public participation. Three individuals have signed up, and I'll open it up to anyone else who would like to speak as well. First on the list is Tracy Swiniarski.
It's on, right? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Beauregard and school committee members. I'd first like to thank the members who attended the forum on Saturday the 28th in Haverhill. It shows your commitment to listening to all of the stakeholders and the need for an increased funding from both the local and federal government. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and my experience as a long-time educator within the Methuen Public Schools. I am a proud graduate of Methuen High School. I began my education in kindergarten at the House Street School, so now you all know how old I am. I now teach at the Donald P. Timoney School, from where I was a student from 1982 to 1986. To say that it has come full circle is an understatement. I have worked in 4 Methuen schools in a variety of roles. I have taught grades 3 and 5, been a library media specialist, and now currently a STEM specialist. Honestly, being the library media specialist was the highlight of my career. It gave me the most joy. Not that I'm not happy now, I am. When our libraries were closed, it was personally devastating to me. Libraries were not just about checking out books. I truly loved reading to children and teaching them about Caldecott and Newbery Award winners. Each class included a lesson to go along with a book or a library skill. Libraries are the hub of a school, and thank you, Ms. Guthrie, for bringing them back. Losing libraries was not just losing a specialist. It was the beginning of a slippery slope. We have a member on our committee now who can speak firsthand of all that was done within our libraries. I'd like to quote Dr. Brad Johnston. Some of you may be familiar with him. He's a widely followed principal. He has a wonderful perspective on education. He's the son of Wally Lamb, the author. This quote resonated with me, and I begin. If you don't think PE, art, music, health, and similar classes are just as important as any other class, try explaining that to musicians, athletes, singers, actors, dancers, designers, artists, directors, coaches, and photographers. There are millions of people in these positions, millions. And for many of them, it started in a school class that all too often gets treated like it's less important. These classes aren't specials, extras, or electives. They are just as important to learning, development, and keeping many students connected to school as any other classes that we offer. Sometimes they're where students discover what they are capable of, and sometimes they are the reason that a student wants to come to school at all. End quote. This brings to me the devastating cut of health in our lower schools last spring. Our students need health education. After COVID, the number of students suffering from social emotional struggles significantly increased. At the Timony, we have both the Pathway and the Choices programs. These are some of our most vulnerable populations. This also increases the number of dysregulated students who desperately need the tools to manage their behavior. These programs are understaffed and desperately need more support. I'm saying desperately a lot here. Now I'd like to address the class size. The elimination of health adds approximately 5 students to each remaining specialist. Since we have lost a specialist, the remaining students are split, making our class sizes up to 29 in some classes. The regular classrooms, for perspective, average 25 students. It may not seem like a big deal adding 5 additional students because, again, we're just specialists, but it is simply unmanageable. It's a safety and space challenge. Having 29 fourth graders, it's nearly impossible for me to circulate around the room. They're big kids. I don't fit between the tables. The very nature of STEM is collaboration. 29 kids collaborating is loud, yet purposeful. When it comes to my coworkers who teach PE, they have up to 60 students in the small gym. They don't feel comfortable taking that many students outside. That many students in a gym put students at risk for collisions due to the gym size. We all recognize that classroom educators are and should be the priority. However, the effect of cutting a specialist has made an impact that I feel was overlooked when decisions were made, or maybe just simply misunderstood. Every educator and position in the building is critical. The loss has a direct impact on our current scheduling. Currently, I have at least 2 days of classes, Mondays and Tuesdays specifically, that are 4 classes behind. The Tenny and the Timpani follow a day of the week schedule. The Marsh and the CGS follow a 4-day letter schedule. This leads to inconsistency in both the buildings and the districts. There is a significant loss of learning because of this schedule and the classes that I've missed. Health should not have just been cut. It is my hope that restoring health education will be reconsidered and it will return for the next school year. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Deb Birch?
Hi, I'm Deb Birch, 16 First Avenue, and I want to thank you all for supporting the Methuen Public Schools. While not a parent of a Methuen student, I am the proud aunt of a Methuen graduate and I taught science for 30 years in a neighboring high school. I want to thank Member Donovan Grassi for developing the Media Center classroom library procedure. It's very, very well done. I do have several points to make. This procedure is not about textbooks or curricular books, as they have their own policy and opt-out procedure. Member Donovan Grassi's procedure is written for books that are selected by the students, either in media centers or in classroom collections. They may also be used for book reports, dioramas, other assignments that are open to individual choice, or for free reading in and out of the classroom. The second point, the first step of the procedure starts with parental concerns being brought to the attention of the teacher. At the last school committee meeting, it was stated that this was understood and therefore didn't need to be included. As an experienced teacher, I can tell you that it doesn't always happen in that order. Parents often prefer to go to some level of the administration first. By having this written in the procedure, it gives the administrators the directive to send the complainant to the teacher once they establish that that step was missed. Third point, at the last meeting, another suggestion was made to allow all Methuen taxpayers to be complainants instead of parents only. This opens the process to political attacks on books, and most books currently being questioned nationwide involve LGBTQIA subjects and/or people of color. If anyone can challenge a book, it will increase the number of books needing to be reviewed and will quickly become unmanageable. There are multiple districts on record where this has happened. The Massachusetts Senate passed State Law 2696 on November 6th of 2025 that promotes freedom of information and thought in Massachusetts public schools and libraries. It ensures students free and open access to books and materials that have met standards for their selection. They must be age appropriate and serve an educational purpose based on the teachers' or employees' professional training. Since we have a diverse population of students and families, we need a diverse selection of books representing all members of our school's community. So possible book removal must be carefully thought out as outlined in the procedure. Finally, unrelated to the book review procedure, the members discussed the possibility of sending parents a list of books that their child signed out from the Media Center, and I believe from classroom libraries. This may counter the law for students' freedom of information and thought if the parents object to the books their child signed out. Furthermore, as a high school GSA faculty co-sponsor from 1992 until my official retirement, I became very familiar with the Mass General Law, Chapter 76, Section 5. This anti-discrimination law prohibits forced disclosure of a student's LGBTQIA status. If a questioning youth, an out youth, or an ally seeks books on these issues, sending that book list home may break this law, not to mention that the student then might be physically or emotionally harmed, become unhoused, or they may decide not to use the quality resources here out of fear of disclosure. Thank you for listening and considering my points.
Kristen Maxwell.
Hold on, I'm going to drop everything. Okay. My name's Kristen Maxwell. I live at 5 East Prospect Street. I didn't plan on speaking here again, ever, but silence clearly makes people more comfortable, and I've never been very good at staying quiet, especially when something isn't right. Before I get to the bigger reason I'm speaking tonight, I want to comment on the procedure that you have in front of you and we'll be voting on tonight. For 2 years, I was repeatedly told that the school committee does not deal with procedures and day-to-day operations, only policy. That was made very clear to me anytime that I tried to raise questions about how things were being done or being handled. And it sounds like Alicia addressed that during the training, so. I also want to remind everyone that back in October, I brought forward a concern about a parent brought forward about a book. I wasn't asking to ban anything, I simply wanted to have a conversation. I wanted to know what options existed in this district for an opt-out policy. For that, I was labeled a book banner and heavily criticized. I was told that even asking those questions was the first step towards banning books. Those were your words, not mine. Yet tonight, you are considering a procedure that formally creates a book challenge process. The reality is that this is going to create more challenges within the district than it has before. And the irony is that this process already exists within a current policy. So I genuinely question the intention behind this and the inconsistency in how this committee chooses when rules apply and when rules don't. Which brings me to my next point. Back in December, I publicly stated at a city council meeting that I had no confidence in the school committee. Unfortunately, nothing has happened since then that has restored that confidence. In fact, it's only reinforced it. There's a significant issue involving the conduct and culture of this body. It was serious, it was witnessed, it was documented, and instead of addressing it directly, most of you chose silence. Minimizing something doesn't make it disappear. What happened didn't just affect a meeting, it revealed the standard of this body and what it's willing to accept. You don't get to smile at me, say hello, and act like we're fine. We're not. You wanted me gone. I'm gone. But let's not rewrite what happened to make it easier to live with. Leadership isn't about a title, it's about accountability. It's about having the courage to address hard things, even when they involve your colleagues. We talk about bullying task forces and student well-being, but culture starts here. Adults set the tone. If we can't hold ourselves to the highest standard of professionalism and respect, then those initiatives mean very little. Some of you have served in this district for decades. You know what I know. You know the literacy data, you know the gaps, and you know the families who are struggling. So when those same struggles lead to outside programs being presented as solutions instead of accountability for how we got here, it raises concerns about priorities. Our students deserve urgency, transparency, and results, not politics and not self-protection. Good intentions aren't enough. Experience isn't enough. Saying the right words isn't enough. You don't owe me anything, but you do owe the students in this district everything. Our kids deserve better, and the people who put you in these seats expect more from you. They deserve to feel safe, have fun, and get a real education. You need to listen to the parents and staff. They're telling you where the shortfalls are, but those concerns are often dismissed. We need real, actionable change. We're losing staff and students because this district is struggling. Acknowledging problems is not a sign of failure, it's a sign of leadership. You cannot improve student outcomes if you're unwilling to admit where things are falling short. I may not be sitting at this table anymore, but I am still a parent in this district. I still care deeply about these schools and the people in them. Our schools need real leadership, so please do something to help save them. The community is watching. Parents are paying attention. Leadership will always be judged not by what is said, but by what is being done. Our kids deserve adults who are willing to stand up, tell the truth, and do the right thing even when it's uncomfortable. I hope someday this committee proves that it understands that, because that's when the real change can start to begin. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak?
I'm coming. I don't even need a microphone. Is this on? Hi, my name's Heather Plunkett. I live at 115 East Street, and I would like to speak tonight. I'm a parent. I have a senior here at Methuen High School, and my daughter was actually given the SOAR Award recently. So when the first speaker of the evening talked about the arts, I can speak from personal experience how important they are. They even invented a class for Lydia because she had pretty much aged out of all of them because she had gone through every class, so she does AP art now. And the art program's really awesome. The teachers are amazing, and I'm glad that we have that resource for kids that aren't sports kids or, math elites. None of my kids are math elites. The other thing I wanted to speak on tonight is our community's had a lot of drama, city council, school committee, what have you, but watching the last meeting, watching the meeting tonight, hearing what people have to say, I actually feel optimistic about the committee that we have. I think there are different opinions. I think people can speak intelligently to their opinions without it getting ugly, and I like that. I'm excited about that. I also wanted to clarify that what Mary Beth had discussed at the last meeting wasn't about a book ban on books that are in the curriculum. It was a procedure if somebody brought a challenge against a book in a library. So that is different than curriculum. There is an opt-out for curriculum. It was because there are communities in Massachusetts where library books and classroom library books are being challenged. So to have a procedure in place before we experience that would be the reason she brought this forward. And if I'm misunderstanding that, it can be clarified later when you guys discuss. My only other comment is I think that the school committee you get as much out of it as you put into it. Most of you have children that have either gone through the system, are currently going through the system, or will go through the system. So everybody has a vested interest here. Everybody wants good things to happen, right? Nobody is sitting here hoping for the worst and wanting to act crazy. And so I think it's important that lessons are learned from past behavior, and we move forward in a positive way. My only other comment is I am curious to see what Member Willett brings forth with the Parental Bill of Rights. I don't know if that's something the public will get to review before it's something you vote on, but I really hope it is. I'm very curious to see what that entails. Other than that, thank you guys for all being here. I know it isn't easy to be here, but you do, choose to run, and you're in office, and you take the good with the bad, and you get a really thick skin. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for letting us speak.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? If not, I will close public participation. If you were not able to make a meeting in person for public participation, you can send an email to Susan Shanti at snsionti@methuen.k12, methuen.k12.ma.us before 3 p.m. on the day of the school committee meeting. Next on the agenda, we have approval of minutes. We need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of January 28th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is from the vice chair, second is from member Keegan. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
since I didn't participate in those meetings, I'll just be voting present.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? If not, we'll vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it with member Baez voting present. Next, we have approval of the minutes from February 9, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Motions from the vice chair, seconds from member Keegan. Any discussion? There's no discussion, we'll vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Present.
We'll have member Baez marked as voting present, otherwise the minutes have been approved. Next on the agenda, we have staff reports. I'll invite Dr. Golovsky to present your update.
Thank you. Two main notes for you this evening in the update report. The first regarding federal funding, specifically Title I. The commissioner gave a webinar the other day where a significant amount of time was dedicated to warning districts about the funding of Title I this year. So although on February 3rd, Congress appropriated FY27 federal education funds to be level funded, the point was made that the funding for Title I is dependent upon poverty levels. The federal poverty level is different than how we consider those in Massachusetts. So the funding that will be allocated to Massachusetts is anticipated as being at least 10% less than had been last year. So although we would be expecting the same amount of funding, our numbers may warrant receiving less than. Also, it was recommended that districts consider that we could potentially be in the hold harmless category, indicating that you would not be allowed to receive less than 85% of what you had received in the previous year from Title I. So to be safe, we should anticipate receiving 85% and hope that the way the numbers shake out between the federal and state definitions, that we may get slightly more. I mention that as we're heading into budget season, because we do have a significant amount of salaries in Title I currently. And we have to consider that people with those salaries will be getting horizontal and vertical raises for the most part. And so those numbers will be higher, coupled with an anticipated lower allocation for Title I. So more on that to come. The final allocations won't be shared until June, but that's just a cautionary message to share there. And then secondly, I heard Member DiZoglio, or Vice Chair DiZoglio's recommendation last meeting about potentially onboarding an assistant superintendent for the remainder of the year. I do agree. The deeper that we get into balancing both roles, I had some concerns about maintaining the momentum of the projects from the Office of Teaching and Learning. I took some time to list out the number of projects that are currently underway and are necessary for the district. I got over 50 projects listed and moving along. So what I did was I prioritized the top 21 that I felt as though I needed an extra set of hands in terms of oversight of those projects, and looked within our district to see which members of the administrative or leadership team already had a role in those plans, potentially had the capacity to onboard additional work considering their current workload. And I arrived at John Crocker, the Director of Mental Health and Behavioral Services, Christine Dumont, our English chair, and Meredith Moore, our math chair. All parties were willing to help drive and execute the plans through the remainder of the year. So again, these are all projects that are underway, but I think that having this direct point of contact for the individuals working on these projects will expedite the work, because they no longer have to wait on me for responses, and I will continue to work on those. The other projects I will continue to work on as well. I would have gone your way, Vice Chair DiZoglio, with someone in that role, but I thought the timing was tricky, seeing as it's March, onboarding someone new in April, and then my position would end in June. So it worked out in a different way last go around, because I believe it was the fall. So all parties are on board. I shared that at the quarterly leadership meeting today, and I worked with Meredith Moore today specifically on developing some project monitoring spreadsheets so I can keep track of the timelines and who's in charge of which roles within those projects, and I look forward to seeing the results of that work there.
Member Keegan?
Are we offering them, these three people, stipends of any sort? Because I feel like if we're giving them more responsibilities and taking an assistant superintendent role and giving them something, we need to financially support them.
Yes, I did offer them all a flat stipend for the projects that they'll be working on.
Thank you.
Other questions for the acting superintendent? If not, we'll move on. Next on the agenda, we have maintenance and custodial updates. Any questions for Mr. Garzalin regarding custodial update?
As you see, there is a memo in there about change of titles as well as slightly. So I had talked to you guys previously about having a person on first shift, who we have Willie Hernandez, overseeing both maintenance and custodial, and then having a counterpart supervising second shift as well, maintenance and custodial. Positions are already in the budget. Second shift would report to the first shift position in that hierarchy, but we would have somebody on second shift too. On Friday night, I got calls about the elevator in this building, other things in this building. Willie had to come back and take care of it. If we had a second shift person on, that would have been my call. But It's simply a slight change of job description and title. Like I said, they're already in the budget, but we'll have coverage first and second shift, if you approve it.
Any follow-up questions for Mr. Gosselin? If not, we'll move on to student enrollment reports. Any questions, comments from the committee regarding the student enrollment report? Member Keegan?
I think we need to vote on the change, and I don't think it's on the agenda. But we need to vote that job change.
So it's something I'll follow up with Dr. Golubsky regarding.
Point of information, if it's.
Point of information.
If the job title changed, then that would have been what would have come in front of us. The job description just altered a few additional tasks from the night shift over, right? Or what was?
Well, both
jobs.
description, titles changed.
But the budget didn't change?
No, not at all. No money involved here. Actually, it'd probably be a little bit of a cost savings.
And the titles changed to align to the job description,
Correct.
which was approved in the budget?
Originally, there was one for strictly custodial and one strictly for maintenance. Now they're both.
One rule.
So the job descriptions did change slightly. I kind of merged maintenance and custodial first shift and then maintenance custodial second shift.
I mean, as both positions were passed, I don't see why we would need to hold it up. It's merging the two, unless it was a complete rewrite. And I don't think we would need to vote on it. It was both approved.
Since it's not on the agenda, I mean, my point, I had hoped for it to be approved and voted on, and I really think you should.
Okay.
If I have consensus that there's nobody who's really drastically against it, I'd like the okay to at least post it, and then at the next meeting, we can officially vote on it. I won't do any interviews or anything like that prior to approval of the school committee. If that's fair.
I believe Ms. Mallon spoke about that earlier in the training, where if it's a significant change to the description, and she gave it a dramatic shift between the two, or it's a renaming with the same responsibilities, then that would need approval.
Either way, we don't have anything on the agenda for tonight, but, we could follow up on that.
Okay. I'm going to post unless anyone screams right now. Okay.
Next on the agenda, we have the student enrollment report. Any questions or comments from the committee? Member Donovan?
Dr. Golubsky, I know we have kindergarten information night coming up, right? Is that March 18th?
March 18th.
Have we opened kindergarten registration?
April 1st.
April 1st, okay.
Wait, April 6th, whatever that Monday is when registration for the 26-27 school year is opening.
I'm just curious if, I was hoping we'd have some guesstimates about what enrollment would look like, given how our numbers have been declining, as they are in just about every community. Okay, so we'll wait until then. It's going to be hard to prognosticate for the budget. That'll be a challenge.
Yeah, typically for the budget, we consider the same number of kindergartners as we had this current year.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you. Have we looked at alternatives to the kindergarten program if we're going to need less teachers, more teachers, or, I guess, consolidating?
We've done that in years past as numbers have trended down when we needed to. For budgetary reasons, we've maybe moved a teacher to a different grade level or consolidated rooms. At this point, we would ideally not need to do that. Going through the classes, they're at a very reasonable number. All students seem to be getting the support they're needing, especially in K-1-2. We really prioritize keeping those sizes small for that reason. So depending on how we're looking with registration, if it's drastically different, I would anticipate if it is declining, it's not at a drastic rate, but we'll have to see what that looks like as we get deeper into the year.
Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at this as like a tidal wave. The tidal wave is in like 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and the lower numbers are the remnants of it smoothing out. I mean, are we looking at how we're going to reallocate teachers in like 4th, 5th, 6th, once the numbers are bottoming out?
So we have moved the grade levels in our books up to the next year and looked at how many teachers and class sizes. In grade 1, we typically do get more registrations, and so it's not just that smaller K bubble moving through, but we do get a slight increase into 1. There are some classes, I think it's the grade 8 class for next year potentially, that is large. So we have a couple very large bubbles and a couple that are relatively small, but we do look at moving teachers between grade levels when necessary. We understand sometimes that isn't the preference of the teaching staff, but that is a regular practice.
Now, I'm also noticing that bubble is also probably because of private pre-K and K programs coming into public schools. But I have noticed that it's really only at 2 schools that see that big burst, which is the Tenney and the Timony. And I'm looking at numbers from last year where it's drastically dropped at the CGS by almost 40 students, and then another drastic, I wouldn't say drastic, but 20 students over at the Marsh. But I'm looking at the Timony, and that had increased by 29 students. And then we are looking at the Tenney where it went by 10 students from the year prior. So those schools are trending, the other 2 are not. So are we looking at, and again, I know the redistricting committee has to get together and discuss it, but we need to look at how we can share the wealth between the CGS and the Marsh. I do feel the classroom sizes, and again, the first speaker tonight from the Timony is saying classroom sizes. Those are at the Timony, those classroom sizes. We're not having,
Right?
the specialists aren't at the Marsh and CGS seeing 30 students, are they? Because I feel like it's the Timony and the Tenney where we've done the tours, where those groups have had significant increases, whereas the Marsh and the CGS had minimal increases to the drop in specials. So I just want to be mindful that what was said tonight was really pinpointing to one school, not all 4.
And the drop in the specialist did create a bit of a challenge with the schedules. In the lower school, the speaker referenced the 4 rotations for the CGS and the Marsh because they did lose a PE teacher, whereas the others did not, and the coupling of the lower school health being absent from our budget this year. And then also losing the upper school Spanish through a little bit of a wrench in the plans in terms of scheduling the upper school students while still offering a vast array of fine arts, particularly the musical offerings. Create some imbalance in terms of the classes. So that's something that's one of the projects I mentioned on the spreadsheet that Ms. Moore is going to be helping us with her analytical mind. But for sure, and you did note that 2 of the schools have larger enrollment than the others. We have, when times necessitate, moved teachers between schools only when it's necessary to help alleviate those class sizes.
And now I am also following the numbers too. And we're again, like that tidal wave is following year over year. So like the numbers of students going from first to second, like from 24, 25 to 25, 26, we're only losing like 3 or 4 students based off the numbers. So in that school. So it's or we're losing 15 and gaining 12, whatever it is. But the wave is following year after year.
Staying after the K.
Yeah. So I'm just paying attention to that pre-KK 1, 2 are following the trends of the years past of 3, 4, and 5. So as they move up, but it's bottoming out and or declining for the ones that are coming in from years going on, from K onward. So I just want to be mindful that we are looking at 1, population density, and 2, making sure all schools are not, I want to make sure we're not overcrowding certain schools. And I think that's a problem we're going to continue to see, especially when new development is coming into Methuen. And we have two big projects coming into Methuen with housing, which could end up being Tenny and CGS, depending on where the line is, or the Marsh in the Tenny. So I just want to put that in people's minds too. Thank you.
I just want to emphasize that we have to be very careful what we're doing, because the trend lines are not positive. I think 15,000 students have been recorded of leaving public schools in Massachusetts, 3,000 alone in Boston. We've experienced a decrease, and we've had fluctuations. I think the preschool is something we should definitely monitor, and I understand what the vice chair is saying. I think we have to be very cognizant of the fact that we should not be engaging in any type of redistricting dialogue until we have a sense of the trend line for the decline in enrollment and try to pinpoint what's the cause of it. Some people say because it's out-migration, it could be because of tax policy, it could be because of national policy. We don't know, and until we have a firm grasp of what's happening, I'm not going to entertain any type of redistricting. I have confidence in the superintendent and her staff to do realignments and present those realignments to us, which have been done in the past. So the day-to-day operations, I'll defer to you. I'm personally very concerned if we do anything of a grand scale, that we're going to continue to see a trend line downward. I hope it reverses. And obviously, there should be, like you mentioned, with the federal funding, there should be hold harmless. Because we need to have some type of stabilization of grants and any funding that comes into the district. I think one of the speakers tonight hit the nail right on the head. We're cutting not only to the bone, but through the bone. And again, we're gonna sacrifice literacy and the arts and so many things under the sun. So I'm very cognizant of that, but I'm also very aware of the global picture. I'm not liking what I'm seeing at the Massachusetts level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to change subjects a little bit back to the enrollment statistics. This page to me is a little bit confusing because the August data shows the enrollment of kindergarten students, but we don't capture here the leaving of the senior class in June. And so it's very misleading that it says we have 752 new students, and we've only have 246 withdrawals, but that doesn't actually show us how many new students we have in the district and what the actual impact is. And if I'm doing my math correctly, it looks like the net gain is really only 56 students after you subtract the number of seniors that had graduated. So I'm just wondering if we can capture that somehow to make it reflect better. I understand that these are real numbers. It's just that it's not really giving us a good picture of how many new students we have in the district versus how many we're losing. And so I'm just wondering if we can somehow capture that information so that it's more clear what our fluctuation really is.
I think the original idea for this report was we were curious about the breakdown of students who are coming to us and maybe their additional needs that might have a budgetary impact, and over time to see if our trends our hunches were accurate in terms of, is there a time of year when we typically see upticks in enrollment? I prefer the arrangement of the data on the DESE website where it has from the October SIMS by grade, how many students with the total, and then from there we could decipher if we're trending upward or downward within those grades. I could potentially rearrange this report to do something like that with maybe just blanket categories in the bottom as to how many students would be English learners or in district with students with disabilities, to kind of give us a sense of where we're heading that way too. If we don't necessarily need the month by month breakdown by demographic information about the student. If we want to try it that way next time, I think that might be useful, and then we can see.
Any other questions or comments before we go to a second round? If not, I'll open it up for the vice chair.
Thank you. Just for clarification, though, acting superintendent. The reason why the numbers are the way they are is because we have to report them by October. So technically, our enrollment's really from October to September, or November to October. So even if we have graduating seniors and a new number come in, it's really not net new or exiting, because we don't base it off of the school year. So it's based off the numbers we are reporting in October. So I just don't want to confuse yourself or anyone here with new reporting, because the October numbers is what we really care about. It's not the beginning of the school year or the end of the school year, it is October. So I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding the enrollment report? If not, next on the agenda, we have the report from the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. Any questions, comments? Member Royce?
I just wanted to thank the FRC. I know they're in the middle of doing their 4th and 8th grade verifications of residency checks. Do you know what the numbers are that?
So we complete, well, we're almost complete with Timony and CGS. We have 33 right now outstanding out of 526 that were in process. And out of that whole thing, we only had one withdrawal due to residency. The letters for Tenney and Marsh went out today.
Thank you. And I just had one more question. The LPAC, when is their next meeting? Do you know?
I'm going to defer to acting superintendent.
You can just let me know. I just would like to attend that and one of the CPAC meetings. And I see that the CPAC meeting is coming up, but I didn't see anything for the LPAC.
I'll keep you updated on that. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Member Baez?
When will the CPAC and LPAC be presenting to us again or giving us updates again? I know one of them came by, but I believe the LPAC didn't. So are they planned to come in and give us an update?
The LPAC was the one that was recently here. The CPAC is scheduled to come at the April workshop meeting. And I also extended the invitation to PTOs, and we have some PTOs signing up too for the remainder of the year. I'm trying to spread them throughout the workshops.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding the Student Services report? If not, we'll move on to the HR report. HR staffing report. Any questions, comments?
I have one.
Member Donovan?
Ms. Bozak, maybe you can help me out with this. As we look at the openings, the positions that are open, you know, I ask all the time, the school psychs, is there anything we can do differently for next year? Because some of these positions have been vacant for a long time. Is there anything we can do differently? I know, I'm just hoping there's some way around it. Right now, probably not, but as we look forward to the new school year,
Potentially, and again, those would be budget impact conversations, just in terms of stipends or anything like that we could add to, just because the idea of contracting as a school psych serves a different financial purpose than working as part of a unit.
I'm sure it's very frustrating to you and to the staff, you know, when you're trying to get things done. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair?
I could tell you why we're not filling these positions, but then I'll probably be in the news tomorrow. Ultimately, what we need to do is do a better job, not you guys in general, on going after cities that are going to be laying off teachers. And it doesn't help when certain people in our city do things that are in the press that negatively reflect positions of leadership. So I did have a call with a teacher that I know that's losing their job in Lowell. And I said, would you want to come to Methuen? And she goes, not after what I saw what they did to that superintendent again. So again, I understand why, and I think many people know why we're not getting these positions filled. So the narrative needs to change, and hopefully that will in the coming year. But I do know that there is a huge, huge shortfall coming out of Lowell. And they're not the only one. Chelmsford is about to do a 2.5 override. Andover and North Andover are voting on theirs too. So there's a good chance that, and I actually do think in Arlington too, is also for the third year out of third time in 4 years, they're going for Prop 2.5. This is the first time that it probably won't pass. We need to go after some of these communities that are letting great teachers go. And I hate to say it, we're the alternative. Maybe we get them to build a good career here. Maybe we start thinking about better programs. I know we spoke about master programs or CAG programs. I don't think we asked for an update, but I know we were talking about what we can do for our teachers and professional development. Offering more within professional development will bring, I think, teachers even just right out of college wanting to experience Methuen first. But we need to change the narrative. The narrative from, how we treat our employees versus to how we act as officials needs to change. And I think that is going in the right direction now. So I'm not blaming anyone on the administration on not filling these jobs. I'm not. So I think going into next year, we partner with better universities or more universities. I think we look at those positions that are being eliminated at other school districts, heavily ELL, lower school type of positions, and then also what type of leaders we want to bring into our schools in the long run. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, sorry. I just wanted to add that to answer a little bit more to the efforts that Ms. McCarthy continues to make by posting, reposting, does prove fruitful at times as we are getting inquiries about these positions and we're interviewing now to solidify them for next school year. So that's happened with some special education teachers and most recently a school psychologist. So the conversations are happening if we continue. So even though you see it every month, it's
next time lead with you hired a school psych, because that's
not
big.
Confirmed yet where it's in process.
Okay. Oh, good luck. That's wonderful news.
Member Baez?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify. Obviously, we as a district have had a tough time in the media. However, the fact that these positions are vacant or we're not able to hire them, I don't think reflects the community's efforts to bring transparency and accountability, which reflects positively on the community when staff members feel we are supported by our leaders. Our truths are being told by our leaders. And I don't think that that's a reflection on why we're not seeing vacancies being filled, but I think it's a reflection on our community's commitment to transparency, but more specifically to accountability. Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Keegan?
So my concern about the vacant positions in particular, the contract positions, all of the positions on this page are special education, right? And that means that they are all required by an IEP. And so the fact that we have these vacant positions, is that causing us to be out of compliance with IEPs?
Where we are out of compliance, we are communicating with families, and we are tracking those compensatory and coming up with the compensatory plans. In terms of testing, because again, our school psychologists that you see on here are testing only, they are not providing services. We are actually, through use of contracted school psychologists, we are, I'm gonna knock on wood, almost caught up with where the gap was quite large before. So we are almost fully in compliance with our evaluations. Almost, not quite there yet.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Member Baez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Member Keegan raised a great point, and so I just had a question on these contracted services. A student is in the separate group and classroom, do parents have access to communicate with those teachers per se, and have conversations? Because I'm sure that they don't have a district email because they're contracted, right? So how are parents able to communicate with contracted services?
So the contracted special education teachers actually do get a Methuen Public Schools email address, and once they are on the schedule in Infinite Campus, they're tied to talking points so that those families will have the same access to their teacher, to the teacher, as would they if it was a Methuen Public School employee.
Are there any contracted services personnel that don't have a district email?
I think it's only the school psychologists at this time, but I would have to double check. But like I said, if they're in a teaching position, our program assistants and any related service providers, they all have Methuen Public Schools email addresses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll move on to the discipline report. Any questions or comments from the committee? Going once, going twice, all right. We'll move on to old business. We have,
Mr. Chair, I just want to say.
yep,
Coming back to the school committee, I love this. This has been such a blessing to have the links, the clicks, to be able to go to all the data. And your memo, I know it was said last week, but I'm going through all the memos again, and it is a huge, huge crutch for us. So I appreciate the hard work that you and your team are doing on getting this data in front of us. It's handheld. I'm not losing papers. I'm not fumbling papers. It has been very helpful. So thank you very much. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you.
next on the agenda, we have old business and other pending matters. We have the proposed Methuen Public Schools reconsideration of classroom, library, and media center materials. This was offered by Member Donovan. I believe it was amended during the last meeting. So we need a motion and a second to approve for a second read, and of course, this will trigger discussion and a subsequent vote.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Member Soroy, second from Member Keegan. Discussion, not sure if Member Donovan would like to lead it off?
Yeah, I would, just brief. I want to make sure that we clear up any misconceptions that have been presented in the last few days. This procedure would go in our handbook, which is the purview of our school committee. This procedure is in response to legislation that was overwhelmingly passed by our House and Senate that simply promotes creating guidelines for how schools and libraries review challenged books, specifically books that are in our media centers that children have access to, and specifically to classroom libraries. There were references to the events of, I think at the end of the last calendar year, I forget when we had the discussion, but that was related to curriculum, and we have things in place. This is strictly about books in our media center and our classroom libraries. So I want to make that clear. It ensures that materials just can't be removed simply because people disagree with the ideas, and it provides a formal review process that involves the community, teachers, the librarian, parents, a student if necessary. I would like to add an amendment after doing additional research. If you think this is the appropriate time, I'd be happy to read it out loud. Mayor, is that okay with you? Okay. I'd like to add to this, if a challenged book is reviewed and the decision is made to retain it, the same title may not be reconsidered for review for a period of 3 years.
So that's a proposed amendment from Member Donovan.
I'll second it.
She's making that motion, so the second is
Second.
from Member Keegan. Discussion regarding the amendment. Member Sue Royce?
I just wanted to, there was something in here about a challenge for the same book cannot be brought up again. Are you adding that to that piece? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I just had one more question. You mentioned this is going in the handbook. Is it going in the current handbook or the handbook for September? That was just something I thought of when you said that.
Dr. Golopsky, what would be the time frame to be able to get this accessible to parents or anyone who would need this information?
On the technical side, I don't think it would take long to add to the handbook and make it digitally available. I know typically decisions are made regarding the handbook over the summer and then solidified in the fall. But this would be considered a late addition amendment to it.
Other discussion regarding the amendment? Vice Chair?
So, just clarification, it's going under record keeping, section 6? That's a question. Member Donovan.
Oh, sorry, you were talking to me.
In general, if that's where it's going. Is it going in section 6, record keeping? Is that where you're putting it?
That would be my recommendation.
So I would recommend restating the motion to have it placed in section 6, record keeping.
Of the handbook?
Of the handbook. So I'll make a friendly amendment on putting it there, but I also think 3 years is a little out there. I would agree to 12 months, but 3 years, the world changes overnight. And I'm fine with what you have too, to be fair. Title may be declined unless new concerns emerge. That could be a year, that could be 3 years, it could be 5 years. Putting a time limit to it, if you're gonna put it out, I'm fine with 12 months, but I'm not gonna support 3 years. But I'm gonna put a friendly amendment first on stating record keeping, section 6, and I'm gonna break it up, just because I know it's two very different topics. So I'm gonna motion, friendly amendment, record, to place that motion under section 6, record keeping.
Do you accept that, Member Donovan? Sure. Okay. Other discussion regarding the proposed amendment?
Right here. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I would recommend that we vote on the
Yep.
proposed amendment, then if there
Yep.
are other amendments, then we can entertain those.
Yep.
I'll just speak for myself. I'm content with how it was written originally. Is there any other logic to share?
Yes, in my research over the last since our last meeting, I found that in some communities, when a book was determined to be something that the library, the school would keep, there would be repeated attempts to challenge the book. And that certainly is a drain on a school, because you begin the process again, and typically with the same outcome. And the 3 years, when you say a lot of things change in the world, I understand what you're saying, Member DiZoglio, but we are looking at the book, not the world around it. So, but I certainly appreciate that contribution.
Well, this is just the
Yeah.
first amendment to section 6, so.
Yes.
That makes sense. Thank you, Member Donovan. Member Willett?
Just want to emphasize for the record, and this acting superintendent can reinforce it, since the enactment of our main policy on this matter back in 2016, we have had 0 book challenges. So this is a solution in search of a problem. And I just want to say for the record, because we're going to go through a process, as a school committee, as an elected body, we should never be in the business of banning books. Ideology should never override academic, intellectual freedom. And the specialist that came before us from the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, even in her background experience, she says she defers to the educational experts. And that's something I would do too. Regardless of the content of the book, I would never vote as part of a school committee. I represent one voice, one vote for a book ban. This envisions a book ban where there's not a problem to begin with. And I just want to emphasize the language for the record so we're all on the same page. Part of the procedure here, the process, entails the school committee, as part of the decision and appeals process, the school committee will review the book and the record and issue a final district-wide decision as to whether the text will be retained, restricted, or removed from the classroom or the school libraries. So whether you say we establish a firewall, or if that's the classroom versus the curriculum versus the library, or cross-pollination of books, which does happen, regardless, there's language here that would implement a book ban. And at this juncture, I don't think it's warranted, and as a conservative, I'm going to be voting against it. I respect the member. I understand where she's coming from. But we also have to take into account that parents have rights, and it's been affirmed through a Supreme Court decision. And we also have the supremacy clause of the Constitution. But at the end of the day, I still have confidence in the administration to work through any issues as a result of Supreme Court decisions and closing up loopholes and working with parents. And I think that's what we need to do as a body. In day-to-day operations, we should not be involved in that. And I think this is a dangerous business, because eventually this board might be controlled by a conservative school committee. And someone might present a book on Charlie Kirk, let's say. The same theory applies. I would not vote to ban a book. And sometimes the material is something that is controversial. It could be a letter from a slave owner back in the 1860s, and something that we should be reading, and certain materials that we should be reading. And I read Howard Zinn in the People's History of U.S. History. I read that, A People's History. And I gained knowledge from that book, right? Academic freedom should not be curtailed by ideology, and it should be curtailed by an elected body. What we should be focusing on is the Supreme Court decision and also protecting our parents' rights. And that's where the Parents' Bill of Rights came into play. That's where the proper notification and an opt-out process came into play. And it had nothing to do about a book ban or a book challenge. But it's interesting that all of a sudden, months later, we have language that's already encapsulated in a policy that was approved back in 10 years ago. We've had 0 book challenges. So I'm not going to belabor the point. I appreciate the sentiments of the body. Thank you.
Other discussion? This is regarding the proposed amendment from Member Donovan, to add some clarity to the language here. If there's no other discussion about the amendment, we'll vote on the amendment, but we'll return to the main question after that. This is just regarding Member Donovan's amendment. Let's take a roll call.
Section 6.
Vice Chair DiZoglio?
Yes.
Just bear with me. Donovan Grassi, yes. Baez?
Yes.
Keegan?
Yes.
McCarthy Soroyce?
Yes.
Willett?
No.
And Mayor Beauregard.
Yes.
So the amendment passed.
What I'm
And I
going
have
to
a
do
copy
to
of that.
keep this procedurally clean, I'm going to ask for a motion and a second to approve as amended, and then we can entertain additional amendments, but I just want to keep it clear what we're doing. Let's have a motion and a second to approve as amended with
So
this
moved.
amendment here.
Second.
Motion from Member Keegan, second from Member Soroyce. This is the main question again. We can entertain further discussion. I understand that the Vice Chair wants to propose another amendment. I would recommend that if any individual member wants to propose further amendments, that we try to encompass it all into one motion if we could. So I'll pass it off to the Vice Chair.
Thank you. And the reason why I did not is because I think Section 6 is where it needs to go. And then the next part here is that I would like to make another amendment under section 6 to your 3-year to 12 months. Again, I can't support 3 years on this. Again, you're putting a time limit on it. I don't think it's going to pass, but I also like it the way it is, the language right now too, as what the mayor and the chair said. So I'm going to motion to move it to 12 months.
Second.
Motion from the vice chair, second from member Baez to further amend and change 3 years to 12 months. Discussion regarding that proposed amendment. Member Keegan?
I feel like 12 months is too short because the same book is going to keep coming up and the same group of people we're overburdening the teachers with the same thing coming up over and over and over again. So I feel like 12 months is too short.
It's also a school year. You're basing it off of if it's curriculum-based or it's not curriculum-based, but it's in the student library for that grade. 3 years, you're looking at 3 classes. Every 12 months, a different class, a different generation, a different group of students come in, different opinions, different everything. I mean, that's why, and different parents. Like, that's where I'm getting at. 3 years is just a big gap here. And I just think, you're looking at censoring potentially a population here if they have a concern about a book. Now, again, I'm not talking about banning books here. I am not against it.
No one
But
is.
no one is, I get that.
No one is.
But we're putting a policy out there, and now I can't be and moan about a book for 3 years if I'm a parent. All right? If I'm looking at something here, and if you want to get rid of the year piece, maybe you say school year. You can't bring it up again in this school year. I don't want to do that either. I think 12 months is a timeline that passes and goes to a next group of students. 3 years, you're looking at a very big gap of different type of students that could be coming in and out of your classroom. So I'll leave it at that.
Member Donovan, any other thoughts? Member Baez?
So, as in its totality, I am against this policy and will be voting against it, though I presume I'll be in the minority. But if, God willing, if this passes, I want to make sure it passes with the best possible language. So I support this amendment. I think that I am amendable to a school year. Member Keegan, but I like the 12 months because as Vice Chair DeZoglio mentioned, it is a new wave of kids every single year, so.
Yep. Member Donovan? Excuse me.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, again, for the record, because we're talking about facts, repeated challenges to the same title may be declined unless new concerns emerge.
I agree.
So if you want to do may versus shall, we had that conversation. So what's the necessity of having 3 years versus 2 years versus 10 years versus an ice age? Again, you already have the language in place if someone keeps on going back to the well. And mind you, in 10 years, we've had 0 book challenges under an existing policy, which I thought was more comprehensive to what we're doing here tonight. So again, I will vote for the amendment just to try to curtail the damage that I perceive. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I respond to the statement as it's my amendment? Thank you. I'm reading the room. That's why I changed the number. So as what Member Baez stated, I'm looking at how we make this feasible for everyone, and I'm reading the room. So I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
And I'll just state, I understand where Member Donovan's coming from, and that is reflective in my vote. I will take a roll call on the amendment for 12 months from the Vice Chair.
Okay, this is for the 12-month amendment. Vice Chair DeZoglio?
Yes.
Okay. Donovan Grassi, no. Member Baez?
Yes.
Member Keegan?
No.
Member McCarthy Soroyce?
No.
Member Willett?
Yes.
And Mayor Beauregard?
No.
Okay.
The amendment fails. We're back now to the main motion. Do we have any other discussion regarding the main motion?
May I?
Member Donovan?
I just want to be clear, this is not about book banning. This is about creating a procedure so parents can be heard. So political beliefs will not determine and limit the intellectual freedom of our students. Parents will have a say. We'll have a group of educators who are well-versed in grade level reading, what's appropriate. So I hate to see this, which was inspired by a piece of legislation, endorsed unanimously by our local reps, turn into anything but what it is, creating a formal review process. And we all know what is going on in the world today. And to say this isn't going to happen in Methuen is probably a little naive. So that said, I hope we can move the question forward and move on to other business.
Mr. Chair, just have a statement.
So moving a question requires a second. We'll hear from the vice chair.
Thank you. I just want to state that what you had, Member, or Secretary Donovan, I was behind.
Great, okay.
But now that we've put 3 years to this, it changes the whole concept of this. If I told you you can't complain about your taxes for 3 years on the floor, you would be out there complaining about it. We had a process here. You had a great alignment here, and we've now added a time frame to when I can complain as a parent again. And I say complain. We're literally telling parents that you have a 3-year limit on this book now that you can't talk about it, coming to me, for us to judge it, to review it. Am I correct in that statement? No, am I correct in that statement? We are literally telling parents that they cannot formally complain to the Methuen Public Schools about this book for 3 years.
The challenge, because the book was determined to be appropriate or inappropriate, whatever.
On that date.
Yeah, and this is based on my research on what is being done in other communities and libraries. So you're correct.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
We'll hear from Member Keegan, then Member Byas.
So I just want to be clear on this. This is about whether or not a parent can request a book to be removed for every student from the library, the school library or this, right? So a parent complains and requests that not only their child doesn't have access to this, but every child doesn't have access. And so we go through this process, and it's determined whether it should be available to students or it shouldn't be available to students. So, and students are in our buildings for 8-9 years. So 3 years seems reasonable because, like, you know, if a student has access to it in first grade, then they still have access to it in 8th grade, right? Because it's in the library. It's not, you know.
It's in the catalog for that grade, the teacher catalog for that grade. It's not like if I'm a freshman in high school or a first grader looking at books at freshman year. Like, that's what we're saying here is, like, you're now saying this, the opposite of what this purpose is. It's for grade appropriate.
No.
Well, it is. You are saying the teacher catalog in library. Okay, if I'm a freshman complaining about, a parent complaining about something that they're reading, it's not a first grade parent because a first grader is not looking at that book. All right? What we are now doing is putting a time limit to when anyone can have an opinion on this book again. And again, times change pretty rapidly. For us to sit here and say now we have a 3-year limit when you have it in here today as declined unless new concerns emerge is erasing that idea. Because if you now have 3 years on this and new things emerge, your policy literally states that you're not going to review it for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So if things emerge today after declining, or after pretty much saying the request was declined or agreed to yesterday, and something emerges today, You're now saying 3 years from now, we can have that conversation. That to me is you're limiting the access of the parent to come to you, and that's not what the point of this was. And I get your research, but the way you had it was perfect. And I can't agree to 3-year term. That's why I limit it to the school year. I'm a no if we continue with the 3 years.
Mr. Mayor.
Member Baez?
So there's an active motion to call the question.
Yeah,
And,
let's do it.
but however, before Member Donovan was called upon to be able to speak, I hadn't had my first round of discussion. But she started off the discussion with her synopsis and then did her amendment and then was able to speak again before I was able to speak when I had my hand up. So I would kindly ask Member Donovan to withdraw her motion to call the question so that I could have my first.
Absolutely.
Point of information, there's no second.
No. Listen, let me be the chair. So there is no active motion to call the question on the table unless it's been seconded, and there was not a second. And I apologize, Member Baez. If I had seen that your hand was raised, I certainly would have recognized you.
Of course.
So my apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So,
As a point of information, Mr. Chair, once a person makes that motion to call the question and it's seconded, that stifles any further debate.
And there
So
was no
that's a nuclear weapon. So I just realize, once we have all discussion, all amendments, then we should have that, thank you.
right, yep. Great. Member Donovan,
Are
any
you
other
all set?
clarification?
No, you need to.
Yeah, may I continue?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so we're back on the main motion, and I just want to clarify for the community that we, as Member Willett was stating, we have a current policy that covers this. And if the committee will entertain me for a second, for references only, it is called the Methuen Public Schools Selection Policy for Media Resources and Materials. And under Section 5 of that policy, it is called reconsideration. Now, that policy number for the reference of the committee and the community is file IFAB. Now, there are steep differences between the policy that is currently existing and the policy that we are entertaining now. If we pass this, we will have active contradictions in our policy book, in our manual, or wherever this goes. For example, the policy that we're entertaining now will call for only parents to be able to bring up complaints about the books that are in the classrooms of the grade level and of the class that they're enrolled. The policy that exists shows or states that any resident of Methuen can create a complaint. So what would happen, and maybe this is to the acting superintendent, if we pass this policy but have acting policy that contradicts what we're passing now? Which one is enforceable? Because again, as Member Willett was stating, we've had 0 book challenges while having an active policy. So I don't see what we're doing here. So to that end, which policy would be enforceable?
Well, I am happy to say our counsel happens to be in the room. It might be useful in this moment. Mike, would you mind giving your expertise on this? So the situation is that in our Media Center resource and book selection policy, and I know you're going off the cuff here, but we're happy to have you. The last piece of that policy outlines a procedure for if an individual wishes to challenge a text or resource, which I believe is also a difference in the Media Center. And right now we have on the table a procedure proposed by Member Donovan to theoretically be added to the handbook, which outlines a different process, beginning with who would be able to challenge the text. So Member Baez's question is, if this were to pass tonight and would live in the handbook, but then there's this policy with contradictory procedure language in the policy that was previously adopted, where would we stand? Or, third question to you, would this need to be brought to policy subcommittee to entertain the marriage or intertwining there, then bring it back.
I think probably, can you guys hear me? I think the cleanest thing to do, so you don't have conflicts between your policy and your handbook right there, and you don't know where to go, is to have it clear in your policy, all right? And your policy that you have right now is currently contradictory from your handbook?
There's nothing in the handbook currently. This
Okay.
is a new procedure that's being proposed.
So you have no conflict
That
then,
would
right?
be in conflict with what's in the existing
policy.
policy. In the media selection policy, it lives now in a different form than what's being proposed
I don't-
to be added to the handbook. There's nothing in the handbook right now.
So there's no conflict with the handbook?
Handbook's just a place for it to live.
Okay. So so you have a draft policy in front of you right now?
Draft procedure.
Draft procedure, all right. And that's going to live in your policy manual?
In the handbook.
In the handbook, in the student handbook. I don't know why I don't know I'm following that. I think you'd want to have it in your policy is.
So
They're
what
at
I'm-
odds.
Exactly. So we have a policy in our policy manual that would contradict this procedure that would live in the handbook.
I think you would want to, if you're drafting a policy, you would want your policy to be clear about that right there. I mean, that's where you're going to point to. Oftentimes, when we're looking for questions, we say, what does the policy say? So I think I would try to be as clear about that as possible.
So the policy would be the supreme law of the land over this procedure.
I like you. I like the supreme law of the land. I don't know if that is exactly how I would say it, but yes, I would say a policy would trump or the policy might set the procedure.
But then what if the policy and the procedure contradict? That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, generally, you might want to look to like what was adopted, like in time. You know, so if you're adopting something now and you are aware that it is going to trump something that was done in 2015, then what you adopt now would be what trumps.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Thank you.
This is a procedure for the handbook. It's not actually designed to be a policy at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, but policy guides procedure.
It should be a policy.
It should be a policy.
Whatever I'm
Have
hearing,
one.
I think you'd want to make this a policy.
Exactly.
So
Procedures-
what we would, point of information, again, we would want to say that this is the new policy, taking out policy number.
IFAB,
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair.
Yeah.
Section 5 of
Yeah,
that.
I would
Not
recommend
the
a
whole.
brand,
Exactly.
whatever you're doing, make it a policy.
But, okay, so thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So, with that,
So-
with that being said, and given the recommendation of council, I am a no vote on this because we have an existing policy that there hasn't been a need to be enforced, that works, that has different language, that has been agreed to, that even includes the Library Bill of Rights, the Freedom of Information statements. It is quite comprehensive, more comprehensive than this policy, and can even be considered procedural with the way that it is written. So I am a no vote. However, I'm going to offer a friendly amendment because I'm reading the room as Vice Chair has mentioned. And so if I could direct your attention to Section 2, formal request for reconsideration. I amend to strike the first a parent/guardian, student, or staff member may submit a completed request, or just strike a parent, guardian, student, or staff member, and add any resident of Methuen, and then subsequently strike where it starts, a parent, guardian may submit a book challenge only for materials assigned to or available within the grade level in which their child is currently enrolled, and just strike that sentence. Does that make sense to everybody?
So we have another proposed amendment from Member Baez. Is there a second to his proposed amendment?
Second.
All right, it's seconded by Member Willett. We can enter some discussion regarding the amendment. Member Soroyce?
I just don't believe that any community member should be able to come forward about a book in a classroom or in a library. I like the wording that's in there, a parent, guardian, student, or staff member. So I disagree with having any community member bias.
Member Willett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's amazing. I'll listen to people come to that podium, and I don't know where they live. Sometimes I don't know their occupation. I don't know if they're transplants from New Hampshire or Massachusetts. A lot of them pay taxes, and they have an opportunity to go to that podium, and sometimes they will attack me personally, and I'll accept that because under the Constitution, within boundaries, I'll take that heat. And I was reelected by the voters of Methuen. But at times, I don't know if a person at that podium is a Methuen resident or not, a taxpayer or not, or if they're of age, consent or not. We've had younger students come to that podium. I think when you dilute an opportunity to question the process, it weakens our constitutional system as a whole. And I'll say that for the record. I'm not understanding, if we have an existing policy that's close to, 12, 14 pages, that went into a deep analysis that focuses on a Bill of Rights and academic freedom, and review process is pretty strenuous, and we've had 0 book challenges over the course of 10 years, and you've had Republican administrations and Democratic administrations during that time frame. I'm not witnessing the urgency. Again, look at the language itself. It envisions the possibility of removing a book from a classroom or a school library. Tell me how that's not identified as a book ban. You can say book challenge, book ban, removal, send it to space. It's the same concept. I'm not in favor of it. I wasn't in favor of it last year, but it's amazing how people will come to that podium and talk about a book ban, right, last year, but then we're all celebrating like we're the protective shield as a community. On record, I'm not in favor of a book ban. If tomorrow I donated Charlie Kirk books, will the other side and say, yeah, we embrace Charlie Kirk? I don't know, but I will defend a person's right to read a book and have a discussion about a book. The only thing I ever said was we should notify the parents in advance and that we should be in compliance with the Supreme Court decision before we subject ourselves to lawsuits and civil rights complaints. And that covers everything. So it's amazing how there's a parlor game of, no, it's not the classroom we're talking about, not talking about the library, we're not talking about the curriculum. At the end of the day, it's still banning books. I can't see it any other way, but maybe that's why we have an ideological divide in this country. We can't have a sensible conversation about something. I don't see the urgency of this. If someone eventually down the line, if I'm still able to serve on a school committee, and something's presented to my attention to remove a book, I will be voting against that because that is contrary to the Constitution of the United States and how we have fought for liberties over centuries. Be careful that pendulum. That pendulum will swing back and forth. That's Marxism, socialism, fascism, conservative, liberal. It goes all over the place. Be careful. The guiding document is our Constitution of the United States. Let's not forget that. Thank you.
So we have an amendment on the table from Member Baez to vote on. I'm just going to state for the record that my focus here is on involving parents, and I think there is something to be said for future-proofing our district from some of the things that we're seeing in other parts of the country. That's just my opinion. If there's no other discussion on the amendment, we'll take.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
may I just respond to Member Soroyce?
Sure.
Thank you. So the reason why I decided to put this amendment on the floor is because we just passed an amendment for a 3-year reconsideration timeframe. So I like to I would compromise with both sides. And I would say that if we're going to restrict parents from raising concerns over 3 years, we should at least be inclusive as a district and allow residents to create complaints, because either way, it can't come back for 3 years now. So that was the logic behind that, Member Royce. Thank you for your concerns, and I understand your position.
Thank you for your explanation.
So we'll take a vote on the proposed amendment from Member Baez.
Vice Chair DiZoglio.
No.
Donovan Grassi. No. Member Baez.
Yes.
Keegan.
No.
McCarthy Soroyce.
No.
Member Willett.
Yes.
And Mayor Beauregard.
No. We're back to the main motion.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, yeah. Given the discussion, I'm going to recommend that we table this, and I am going to ask that the policy committee, given that we have new legislation that directs us to take these actions, I'm going to ask that the policy committee takes this on, if that's feasible. I know we're going in groups, but I think it's very important that we address this and we don't let this slide. And once again, I appreciate, it was so good to hear you say that you don't believe in book bans. Okay, he said it, we'll write that down. I appreciate that, Member Willett. But I think it's very important that we continue to protect, yeah, I'm gonna embroider it on a pillow for you. So I think it's very important that we continue to protect the intellectual freedom of our, it's a terrible balancing act. We have to listen to our families. We also have to protect the intellectual freedom of our students and make sure that all our school community members are represented. So I'm done. And I'm going to ask that we table this and we come back to it.
I'll second that.
Is it going to
The
be?
measure's been tabled and seconded, so at that point, that ceases the
Discussion.
deliberation. So with that, we will vote on a table.
Okay.
Let's take a roll call, as we've been doing regarding this item.
Okay. Member DiZoglio? Yes. Donovan Grassi? Yes. Baez?
Yes.
McCarthy Soroyce?
Yes.
Willett?
Nope.
Nope. And Beauregard?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Did I skip you? I apologize.
It's okay.
I apologize. Member Keegan? Yes.
Next, we're on to new business. We have no new business on the agenda. Next on the agenda would be finance and operations. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee regarding the expenditure report?
I do want to point out the sums, the available funds for both professional and other salaries on the sheet, because at the end of this agenda, I do ask to transfer some money out of those. And as you can see, there's a healthy available funds due to vacancies, et cetera. So just wanted to point that out.
Any other questions, comments from the committee? If not, we'll move on to the revolving funds report. Any questions or comments from the committee?
We are due for another circuit breaker deposit coming in anytime now. It's usually early March. So that's due to come in, about $2.5 million. And I do want to point out, with the heavy plowing, et cetera, I did use a little bit of the parking lot funds to offset some of the plowing at Methuen High School. I paid one invoice for $9,000, $9,210 on one of the smaller storms. Just want to point that out.
Any questions, comments? All right, we'll move on to the grants report. Any questions, comments from the committee? I will say briefly that on the city side, the RFP for grant writing services recently closed, and so we're in the process of evaluating the responses that we received. And so that's something that would certainly be put to use to help the schools as well. So we can discuss that further once we put a contract in front of the city council. Next on the agenda, we have the student activity accounts. Any questions, comments regarding the student activity accounts? Vice Chair?
I mean, I'm just looking at the Marsh. The band there had $10,000 in their funding, whereas everyone else is below 5,000 in the grammar schools. Do we know, like, where that money's coming from?
Yeah, that's money that's usually raised, it's raised by the students. If it's, which one did you say?
The Marsh.
The band?
Yeah.
Chances are they ran a concert or something and sold tickets, stuff like that. So groups raise their own money and then, and spend it on supplies for that group.
All right.
I could double check to see if there was something big that they did, but it could just be accumulating over years. So maybe this year we do a free concert or something like that.
Well, I'm just looking at the Marsh, and the numbers are ballooning there compared to CGS, Timony, and the 10th. That's the only thing that I would like to point out. It's now over $50,000, where the average is between 29 and 39. I mean, I know the Marsh, the Tenny's at 43, but we had that conversation last week about the student deficit account. So, if you don't mind looking into what we're doing.
I can look into it, but again, this is money raised by students.
I get it.
So apparently they're doing
We're
a pretty
supposed
good
to
job.
spend it, too. I
Yeah,
want them
they
to
need to
spend
spend
it.
it,
We're
yep.
raising it, and I would like.
Yeah, but
them to
it's
spend
not
it.
spent by the time they leave 8th grade, it gets sent to them in 9th grade.
So it does transfer to the high
Oh, yeah.
school? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding student activities? If not, we'll move on to the food services report. Questions, comments?
I don't know if any of you had a chance to take a peek in the cafeteria. It's been painted, they put the stencils up. They even put above the stairs on your way up, Methuen High School, looks great. The brand-new furniture will be coming in April vacation, and the furniture we have here, which is in really good shape, will be going to the grammar schools to get rid of some of the older equipment we have there.
We'll hear from Member Keegan and Member Willett.
The serving lines at the upgraded new energy efficient serving lines will optimize speed and service at the grammar schools.
Yep.
Is that going to cut down the amount of time that kids are waiting to get their lunches?
Sure,
Because
hopefully.
I've heard that that's a huge problem for kids getting lunches and not having enough time
Yeah,
to eat.
that's the goal, efficiency, getting them through there as quick as possible.
Okay,
Yep.
great, thank you.
And that's currently out to bid for all those, all that equipment at all the grammar schools. So we should get that bid back soon.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Willett?
Yeah, just quickly, through the chair to Ian, I just want to convey to yourself and to the food service director, so thank you for reaching out to the students and soliciting feedback from them, and that was incorporated as part of these ongoing projects. I appreciate the survey. I appreciate the detail on the cafeteria. There's a lot of enthusiasm and energy to that department, and I'm grateful for that. I just want to convey that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob does I can't take credit for that. Bob does a great job. Bob does a great job.
Any other questions or comments regarding food services? If not, we'll move on to the warrant reports. Any questions from the committee regarding the warrant reports? If not, we'll move on to contract awards. There are none tonight. Next on the agenda, we have the transfer of fiscal year '26 funds that Mr. Goslin had referenced earlier. We need a motion and a second to approve that.
So moved.
Second.
Motions from the vice chair, seconds from Member Keegan. Discussion, I don't know if Mr. Goslin, you want to add to that?
I won't talk about what's here because, but at the last meeting, I did mention also utilities. I'm still going through the utilities to come up with how far I think we are behind. So I did not include that in this. So I may be coming to you again in maybe a month, once I get all that a little bit once we're done with winter a little bit, and I have a better handle on where we're going. But I don't want you to forget about that.
I have one question, just because he brought up utilities. Where are we with the RFP for solar?
It's in the legal department right now, waiting to go out.
Can we get an ETA on the legal department's approval on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we take a vote.
Any other discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call.
Okay, Vice Chair DeZoglio? Yes. Donovan Grassi, yes. Whoops, yes. Baez? Yes. Keegan?
Yes.
McCarthy Soroyce?
Yes.
Willett? Yes. And Beauregard?
Yes. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have notification of appointments and other personnel matters. There are none right now. Do we have any other business from the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair?
I just want to commend and I don't do this often, but they're going to the championship at the Garden. So the girls' hockey team this Sunday at 5:30 will be playing at the Garden for their the championship. The last time they went, I was there. I didn't have any kids, wasn't married yet. Bringing the whole family this time. So looking forward to going. So congratulations to the Lady Reds.
Absolutely. Any other business from the committee? Member Donovan?
On March 24th, Tuesday at the Timony, our Methuen Literacy Partnership will be having our first community meeting. We'll be starting our campaign. We'll be looking for people to get involved in different committees. We believe that it takes a village to raise a reader, and it would be very fitting if all the members of the school committee came. I hope to see you all there. 6 o'clock. You can go online and register if you follow www.methuenreads.org, or we're on Facebook and we're on Instagram. So we ask that people sign up. There will be some babysitting services. We're going to have a reading program for the kids who do come. We'll hear from a few speakers, and it's time for us to step up and support literacy in Methuen. So looking forward to seeing everyone there.
Absolutely. Member Royce?
Just mentioning my backpack program again. For food donations, vacations, February has already passed, April vacation's coming up. We send home extra food with the students for those vacation weeks, so we really need to stock up now. Thank you.
Is there any other business from the committee? I will say lastly, just to plug again, the St. Patrick's Day Parade coming up on Saturday, the 21st of March. I've been in touch with Councilor Drew, who is one of the primary organizers of the parade, and they are clamoring for some participation from our local school groups, whether they're PTOs, anything along those lines. They're not looking for floats necessarily. They're looking for folks who might be willing to put on a green sweatshirt and hop in the parade, maybe carry a banner for the school group. So I just want to reiterate that. They are hoping for some involvement, so wanted to pass the word along. On tonight's agenda, we have 2 executive sessions. This is a little more complicated than other executive sessions where, given the fact that one would involve potentially a vote, we're going to split them up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to first call for us to enter executive session regarding the acting superintendent's contract. I'm going to read the statement for the record. We may end up in open session to vote, and then we'll have to go into executive session again. We will not reconvene after that, but I'll begin in any event with the first executive session. Pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. This is relative to the acting superintendent's contract. We will reconvene after the executive session to take a vote on the contract if needed. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to enter this first executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's from Member Baez. The second is from Member Keegan. We'll take a roll call vote on entering the first executive session.
Okay. DeZoglio? Yes. Donovan Grassi, yes. Baez?
Yes.
Keegan?
Yes.
Mr. Royce?
Yes.
Willett?
Yes.
And Beauregard?
Yes. All right, so at this point, we will enter executive session. The time is 8:09, and we will see you on the other side when we reconvene in an open session. Open session following our first executive session. The time is 9:23 PM. I want to point out that during the executive session, the committee did vote to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock, which we were required to do per our rules. However, we will not be taking a vote tonight on the acting superintendent's contract. We now, at this point, will be entering into a second executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body and the chair so declares. This is relative to custodial negotiations. I want to point out that we will not reconvene into open session after the executive session now. So with no further business to discuss at tonight's business session, we need a motion and a second to enter executive session.
So moved. Second.
Motions from the vice chair, seconds from member Baez. We'll take a roll call vote to enter executive session.
DeZoglio?
Yes.
Grassi, yes. Baez?
Yes.
Keegan?
Yes.
McCarthy, Soroyas?
Yes.
Willett?
Yes.
And Bogart.
Yes. So we will now enter into executive session. The time is 9:25 PM. As I mentioned, we will not reconvene into open session, so that'll do it for us publicly tonight.